on what looks like to be a beautiful day here at Penrith. Weather forecast is very light winds, and the temperature will be picking up, as I'm sure you'll appreciate in the afternoon. But right now, could not be better conditions. And the first race of the day, and they're just lining up. It's a 1,000-meter race. There's lots of heats this morning, and they all progress through to finals later on in the afternoon. The first heat we have is the Schoolboy Year 9 first coxed quad. For those of you not familiar, the lanes on the far side go through 1 through to 8. So on the far side, in lane 2 is Short, Basingthwaite, Reed, McDonald, Mott, coxed by Harry Leahy. In lane 3 is Cranbrook, Leggett, Bellew, Campbell, Allchin, and coxed by Isaac Cody. In lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Wilson, Leonard, Crop, Purdy, coxed by Emma Purdy. In lane 5, we have Redlands, Salts, Law, O'Sullivan, Turton, and coxed by Jack Feller. In lane 6, the Armadale School, Welsh, Quinn, Douglas Mackenzie, Tyler Nelson, and coxed by Hamish Pengelly. In lane 7, St Augustine's, Bridge, O'Hare, Porteous, Bray, and coxed by Sam Pickard. And in lane 8, nearest the grandstand, we have Northern Beaches Secondary, Kirkham, Griffith, Lidgard, Hilliard, and coxed by Lucian Cranley. They've all got off to a reasonable start. As you'll see this early in the morning, the sun is still quite low. We're fortunate there's a big cloud sitting right across this end of the tower at the moment, so we've got an exceptionally good view, an unusually good view right down to the end of the lake. But only 1,000 meters in this. The Schoolboy Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull heat. First 4 go through to the final. And as they come through the 500-meter mark, we'll just wait for the timings as they come through. But it looks like the boat on the far side in lane 2 from shore. And the 2 boats on the near side from St Augustine's and Northern Beaches Secondary. It's difficult at this point in the tower to see who's in front. But those 3 boats look to have their noses in front. As the angle unwinds from my position, we'll get clearer. It looks like on the far side it's Shaw, in lane 7 St Augustine's, and in lane 8 Northern Beaches Secondary. So first 4 through to the final. Looks like the boats in the middle from Redlands and Armadale School have realised it's only the first 4 through, and they're pushing up on St Augustine's and the Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 8. But it looks like on the far side, the boat from shore, comfortably through to the heats. Lovely example of the Cox Quad there. Shaw come over the line. It's going to be very close for second and third. Northern Beaches, Northern Beaches, St Augustine's. I'm going to go for maybe Cranbrook there. With boats 4 and 5. That's Hunter Valley, Grammar and Redlands missing out. So just confirmation there. So in first place in that first race of the day, Heat 1, 4 through to the final. Shaw go through in a time of 3:28. St Augustine second, Cranbrook third, and the Armadale School fourth. Already off in Heat 2 of the Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. On the far side, we've got Newington, Jones, Stelmacher, Rose, Van der Westhausen, and Hugo Lonergan as Cox. Radford College in lane 3. Zui, Fraser, Barlow, Viva, and William Huang as Cox. Canberra Grammar in lane 4. Whiteside, Moss, Cox. Skridzerup and Cooper Alcan in lane 5 from Maris College. We've got Ingram Glass, Fraser, Clark, Elwood, and Asher Kaysler as Cox. Kinross, Walleroys, Chandler Sullivan, Nash, Searle, Kirby, and Jock Peterson as Cox. And St Ignatius, Simmons, Taylor, Bateman, Davis, and Jack Daly as Cox. So it came through the 500-metre mark. Well, it seems very close, but it's the two boats nearest to the grandstand. So it looks like St Ignatius and Kinross Walleroy in lanes 6 and 7 respectively. And on the far side, it looks like, on this position, it looks like Newington and Radford seem to be battling it out for that progression into the next heat. Looks like Radford actually, it looks like the boat from Newington may have scratched, but on the very close to the finish here, line by line, it is absolutely Kinross Walleroy take the lead just from Radford. Sorry, just from Newington. St Ignatius in lane 7 come 3rd, Canberra Grammar come 4th, and Radford College come 5th. So Kinross Walleroy, Newington, St Ignatius, and Canberra Grammar go through to the final there. Radford College just missing out in 5th. And I think it may have been a scratch from Maris College, according to my timings. Race 3. This is division. This is the next race. Race 3 is the Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. Again, 4 go through to the final, which is race 50, plus the next fastest crew. So times are important. So if you don't get in the top 4 of your heats, you still have something to race for in terms of your quickest finalist. So on the far side, we've got Newington. In lane 3, we've got Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4, Maris College. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar. In lane 7, Redlands. They're just lining up. Thousand-meter race. Most of the races for crews of this level, still quite inexperienced racers, will be 1,000 meters. We'll see some of the bigger boats and some of the more experienced racers a little later on in the morning racing 2,000 meters. And for those of you who've not experienced a regatta like this before, it's definitely worthwhile taking a leisurely stroll down to the 1,000-meter mark. And if you're inclined, take a further walk down to the 2,000-meter mark and watch the bigger boats go off from the pontoons. It's certainly, you can feel the tension. It's a great place to watch the races start from. You can feel the tension. So you see it on the athletes' faces. The noise is quite amazing as they engage into their start routines. They come off the pontoons and off they go. The boats at the 1,000-meter mark, they don't have the advantage of the pontoons, the starting pontoons. You'll see at the 2,000-meter, at the end of the 2,000-meter course, you'll see some of the volunteers holding on to the stern of the boats to make sure they're aligned and make sure they're not taking a bit of a flying start. But in the 1,000-meter mark, the starting umpire aligns them by eye, calls them out, each individual boat, to come up to a point of his choosing, doing his best to make sure there's no unfair advantage to any boats. And he calls them and off they go. It is quite amusing sometimes, seeing some of the inexperienced crews being shouted at and struggling to slow their boat down or bring their boat up to a particular point. We're still waiting for race 3 to start. On the far side, the boat from Newton College, Colantino, Jeremy Cooper, Nick Byrne, Ianis Titmus, Cox Lachlan Ha. From Hunter Valley Grammar, Ralph Erger, Abbas Ghazaleh, Max Mahaba, Maxim Ward, and Cox by Zachary Jones. From Marist, we have James Pantino, Joshua Levy, Bailey Maher, Hugo Cole, and Aidan McGurk's Cox. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Joe Dunworth, Caden McLaughlin, Maxon Broom, George Hunt, and Flynn Jones is the Cox there. From Canberra Grammar in lane 6, we have Cameron Snow, Archer Doherty, Harry English, James Wilson, and Gabrielle Bowman as Cox. And in lane 7 from Redlands, we have Noah Jeston, Matthew Walker, Conrad Blankenstein, Bo Potter, and Cox Andy Guan. Just waiting for them to start. Bit ahead of schedule at the moment, which is good. Can't guarantee we'll be at the same position by lunchtime, but we'll see. As a public service announcement to all competitors and coaches, please ensure you bring your bow numbers back very, very quickly after your race. Please return them to the race control. They do need them. They need the turnaround quite quickly. So Cox's competitors, coaches, please ensure that bow numbers are returned in an expedient way. And despite the fact it's a lovely day, the temperature will rise. So please ensure you keep sun safe, keep hydrated, wear a hat, and keep the sunscreen on. So as the umpire is calling the boats inch by inch to the start, off they go. They'll have their own start procedure. Usually involves a couple of half or three-quarter strokes, bringing that boat up to speed. It's quite easy to get these Cox quads up to speed. So quick hands, a few shorter strokes, a three-quarter stroke, a half-half, maybe another three-quarter, and you start to get into your race length. Their stroke rate will be very high, then they'll start to lengthen out in these quads pretty quickly, get into that race length and race rhythm. These quads will be going off in the the high 30s, if not 40s, if they can manage it. They'll be settling down into mid-30 stroke rate, 34, 36 strokes a minute. And then maybe as they approach the finish line, they'll start to crank up that stroke rate to the finish. So this is the year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. Again, the first 4 progress through to the final, plus the fastest next crew. On the far side, Newington. In lane 3, Hunter Valley. In lane 4, Marist College. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar. And in lane 7, Redlands. And despite the Redlands boat having 5 on its bow, it is in lane 7. And it does look like they may have their noses out in front. So the boat nearest us in lane 7. The boys from Redlands putting down the marker at this moment. They all know that they only have to get the top 4 positions to go through to the final, which is race 50 later on the day. And there will be some strategies employed, I'm sure, to conserve energy. I'm sure the coaches have told them, if you're safe in that 1 through to 4 position, don't go burning all your energy in a heat. The finals will be, obviously the lane position will be decided on their finishing time, but given the conditions here today and what looks like it's going to be a great day at rowing here at Penrith, I don't think that really matters much. There's absolutely 0 wind at the moment. It's absolutely ideal conditions with this cloud sitting over this end of the lake. We'll keep it nice and cool for the morning at least. This is race 3. Does look like it's going to be Redlands, Kinross Walleroy, and having a battle with Marist. And then on the far side, looks like Newington. Nobody's going to slacken off though. I think the boys here from Marist to a different lane. It's actually the Marist crew who come first, followed by Newington, Kinross Walleroy and Canberra Grammar. So maybe we have slightly different information, because it definitely looked like it was 2 Marist boats in that and not Redlands boats. So it looks like Marist came first. Newington, Kinross Walleroy and Canberra Grammar were line ball, only 0.4 of a second in it. The Marist boys' second boat came over, and then we've got Redlands, which looks more familiar, finishing 6th. So that was Marist coming first, Newington second, Kinross Walleroy 3rd, Canberra Grammar in 4th. Then we had the second Marist boat, Redlands, then Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 3. So Marist College finishing a time of 3:29.50. Newington, a time of 3:41. Kinross Walleroy 3:42. Canberra Grammar 3:34 by the looks of things. Marist, the second boat in there, finished some 13 seconds behind. So they'll have to wait, see if they're the next fastest crew. We'll go to the heat 2 of this, the second Cox Quad for the Year 9 schoolboys. On the far side, St Ignatius. In lane 3, Darramarian College. In lane 4, Radford. In lane 5, Shaw. In lane 6, Cranbrook. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand, the Armadale School. And there, off they go. Looks like Shaw and Cranbrook have got a good start there. And already a length, or maybe half a length up on the Armadale School. So from this position, it looks like, at this moment, it looks like Shaw are leading the race at the moment. But on their left-hand side, it's Cranbrook 2 and the Armadale School is still in contention. And it's going to be a fight between St. Ignatius on the far side, Radford for that fourth spot. We'll see how it goes through. Looks like Shaw's gone through. We'll see how they go through the 500-meter mark. So with 275 meters to go, looks like St. Ignatius have woken up on the far side. Radford, Shaw, Cranbrook just dropping back slightly, and so is the Armadale School on this side. But it looks like St. Ignatius and Shaw are going to fight it out for line honours. Cranbrook dropping back quite considerably and at risk of falling behind Radford and the Armadale School at the moment. I don't know what's gone on that boat, but they were okay at the beginning. But it's St. Ignatius on the far side. Who have put a marker down against Shaw. St. Ignatius boat length ahead here. Just picking up the pace, asserting their dominance in this heat, finishing first. Good showing from Shaw there, who are the second finalists. Who have we got here? Radford College crossed the line in third. Cranbrook in fourth. The Armadale School in fifth. And that is Darren in sixth position. Unofficial provisional results. St. Ignatius came first in a time of 3:26.67, 3 seconds quicker than the winners of the previous heat. Shaw second, Radford College third, Cranbrook fourth. They all go through to the final. The Armadale School, who finished in fifth, gonna have to wait for the timings there, see if they've progressed through. Provisionally, I don't think they will go through. It might be the Maris boat that will go through. We'll have to wait and see. We move on to race 5, which is the Year 9 Cox Quad third boat. It's another scull, quad scull. Same rules apply. First 4 through to the finals, 1,000-meter race. On the far side, we've got Kinross Walroy in lane 4. We have Cranbrook 3 in lane 5, Maris College in lane 6, Darramalan, and in lane 7, Newington. And on the far side, as they come through the 500-metre mark, it looks like the boys from Kinross Walleroy have got a boat length and a half from, at this stage, it looks like Newington. So it's the two boats on either side of the regatta. So Kinross Walleroy in lane 3 on the far side, Newington in lane 7 on the near side. Looks like Newington just increased their stroke rate. So this is the third quad for schoolboys in year 9. Only 5 boats in this race, 4 go through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. So technically you can finish in 5th place in this. If your time is quicker than the 5th place in the next heat, you'll go through to the final. So everything's still to race for. As we come up to the last 150 meters. And on the far side, it looks like the gents from Kinross Walleroy have got a comfortable view over their left shoulders of second place, which will be Newington. So Kinross Walleroy win the heat. In lane 7 from Newington, comfortable second positions. Maris 3rd, Cranbrook 4th. Still to race for from Darren Allen for that 5th time. Keep on going, chaps. They dribble over the line, Darren Allen. So provisionally, Kinross Walleroy in a time of 3:36.9. So Kinross Walleroy, Newington, Maris College and Cranbrook all go through automatically to the final. Dara Mallan will have to wait to see how the next heat goes. The next heat is for the 3rd Cox Quad Year 9s. On the far side, we've got Radford College. In lane 4, St Ignatius. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. In lane 6, Shaw. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand, we have St Augustine's. Early showing says to me that Shaw, Canberra Grammar and St Ignatius in the middle of the pack have all got reasonable coverage on each other. Not much in it at the moment. Maybe St Ignatius, their noses out in front, but Shaw are not going to let them take the first position easy. So it looks like St Ignatius and Shaw not going to give each other a quarter, even though they look at this stage comfortably through to the final. St Ignatius just taking up that stroke rate. Putting a marker down for the final. St Ignatius taking a couple of boat lengths out of Shaw in that last 100 meters. Finishing first. Shaw comfortably. They're going to finish second. Canberra Grammar in third, and then on the far side, Radford College finish fourth. Still all to race for the boys from St Augustine's. Keep on going, chaps. St Augustine's finished fifth. We'll have to wait for the timing to see if they are through to the final. Now, change of boat and change of distance now. We go all the way down to the 2,000 metre mark, and we go to the singles. So it's a long race for these gents by themselves. This is race 7. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull heat. First 4 progress through to the final, plus the next fastest finisher. Full 8 competitors in this, or 9 competitors apparently in this. So 9 competitors here in this race. One is a late entry and won't progress. But on the far side, we have Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean. In lane 2, Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley. In lane 3, Connor Morrison from Redlands. In lane 4, Oscar Robinson from Radford College. In lane 5, Remy Wilson from Lysey Conduit. In lane 6, William Spridge from Sydney Secondary College. In lane 7, Oscar Spirit from Marist. In lane 8, Benjamin Beswick from Radford. And from Northern Beaches Secondary, Floris Elias. Floris in lane 9 is a late entry. Won't be judged, so this will be the boats in lane 1 to 8. But he'll be certainly looking to put a marker down time-wise. So absolutely perfect conditions today for the gentlemen that line up at the very far end of the lake. 2,000 meters. It's year 10 single sculls. In lane 1, Nepean. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 3, Redlands. In lane 4, Radford College. In lane 5, Lysey Conduit. In lane 6, Sydney Secondary College. In lane 7, Marist College. Lane 8, Radford College. and in lane 9, Northern Beaches. Starting umpire brings them forward. Some earnest faces on the start line there. All scullers have come to the catch. Blades are squared and buried. And away they go. So as we watch the great camera shot from the end of the lake there, you'll see some of the boats, slight deviations in direction. They'll be sorting themselves out, trying to get themselves in the middle of their lanes, having gone through their start. First things that will go through their mind will be a quick start. Can't win the race in the first 10 strokes, but you certainly lose it. So they've gone through their start, then they'll be thinking about their position within the lanes. And now, after 100, 150 meters, they'll be considering where they are in the pack. Nobody seems to have got out to a considerable lead over the pack at this moment. But they'll now be starting to settle into that race rhythm. Looks like at this point, 500 meters, looks like Floris Elias from Northern Beaches, the late entry to this race and he's nearest us in lane 9. He looks to have got a flyer, actually. He's some way out in front at this moment. But his time will be taken, but he won't be included in the progression. So as they came through the 500-meter mark, certainly looked like Floris Elias, the distinctive white and candy red striped Zooty of Mossman Rowing Club on the Northern Beaches. Had his nose out in front. As they come through 1,000-meter mark, like the boats from on the far side from Nepean High School, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. And on the near side, Floris Elias from Northern Beaches. So 500 meters to go. And from this angle, it looks like the boat nearest to Grandstand from Northern Beaches, Floris Elias. Certainly put a marker down in terms of time. Quite a comfortable row so far. He's coming through 500 meters. He's got some considerable distance between himself and a boat on the far side, which I can't see who it is at the moment because of the angle of the sun. It might be the boat from Nepean. Yeah, it is. It's a sculler from Ezekiel Pratt on the far side. So on the far side, Ezekiel Pratt. On the near side, Floris Elias. Nepean versus Northern Beaches. It's a long way to look across as a competitor to the far side of the lake to see who you're competing against. But I'm sure they'll have given each other the hairy eyeball. And certainly lays a marker down for races next year and in the future. These two boats, one from Nepean High School, sculled very well by Ezekiel Pratt, the other from Northern Beaches, Floris Elias, who's just in danger of catching the lane markers on his left-hand scull unless he straightens out. Keeping an eye on that, certainly. But on the far side, great row. In a bit of a vacuum there by Ezekiel Pratt. Elias very close to the lane markers here. Just a bit of a correction, there he goes. But Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean High School, dominant win here. Sculls very comfortably over the finish line. Some 4 or 5 boat lengths in front of the Northern Beaches Secondary School sculler. Technically for second place, Radford College, Benjamin Bezic just takes it there from Redlands Connor Morrison, who's in third place. In fourth place there we have Hunter Valley's Hayden Melmoth. In fifth we have Remy Wilsons. In sixth, from Sydney Secondary College, William Sprigge. In seventh, Radford's College, Oscar Robinson. And in eighth, Marist College, Oscar Spirit. So the official results there of race 7. In first position from Nepean High School, Ezekiel Pratt. In second position was Floris Elias from Northern Beaches, but as a late entry, he won't be progressing through to the final. So technically, it's Benjamin Bezic from Radford College who finishes second. In third place is Connor Morrison. In fourth place was Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar. Those 4 boats will go through to the final. In fifth place from Lycée Conduit was Remy Wilson. He'll have to wait for a time. In sixth place was Sydney Secondary College's William Sprudge, and in seventh, Radford's Oscar Robinson, and in eighth from Maris, Oscar Spirit. Race 8 is already underway. Same distance, Heat 2 of the Year 10 single scull. On the far side from Hunter Valley, we have Harrison Skelly Osmond. In lane 2, we have Radford College's Harrison Smith. In lane 3, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Ewan Humphreys. In lane 4 for Arana, Tom Wiseman. In lane 5 from the Hunter Valley, we have Raphael Cosins. In lane 6 from Radford, we have Connor Kruger. In lane 7 from Barker College, Henry Butler. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Thomas Hooper. 500 meters to go. Appears at this stage it's Redlands' Thomas Hooper who's out at the lead. A fair distance at the moment. So same 4 fastest finishers go through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. So a great shot there, looking up the course, back towards the grandstand. It gives you an impression of the loneliness of the long distance sculler. You'll see how intimidating 2,000 meters look to be raced. For those of you who've sat on a rowing machine, 2,000 meters doesn't seem to be an awful long way, but when you're sitting in a single, it seems quite daunting. So as you come to the last 200 meters, it looks like on the near side, Thomas Hooper from Redlands, but on the far side, in lane 1 from Hunter Valley, Harrison Skelly Osmond. Almost a carbon copy of the previous heat. So as we go through the finish, great result there. Great result for Hunter Valley's Harrison Skelly Osmond in first place. In second place, from Redlands, Thomas Hooper. Radford College, Connor Kruger finishes third. Arana's Tom Wiseman finishes fourth. Northern Beaches, Ewan Humphreys in fifth place. Sixth, Hunter Valley's Raphael Cosins. Barker College, Henry Butler finishes in seventh position. And from the ACT, Radford College, Harrison Smith. Give him a round of applause. Long way to come. Harrison Smith in lane 2. Finishes a very respectable 8th position there. So unofficially, Hunter Valley's Harrison Skelly Osmond, Redlands Thomas Hooper, Radford's Connor Kruger, Arana's Tom Wiseman all go through to the final. Ewan Humphreys has got to wait for confirmation as the 5th fastest position to go through to the final. So we'll progress again and we will move on to race 10. This is the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull. Again, 2 heats. First 4 through go to the final, plus the fastest finisher. In lane 1, we have Arana's Herbst and Morris Barrow. In lane 2, St. Augustine's Parker and Wise. In lane 3, from Redlands, Kerr and Pierce. In lane 4 from Radford, Uren and Horweg. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Hannon and Sharma. In lane 6 from Darramalan is Roddick and Williams. In lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary School, we have Cranley and Hilliard. And in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Lonergan and Hunt. 2,000 metres again. And as they come down to 500 metres to go, looks like the boys in lane 4 and lane 3. So that's Radford College and Redlands coming through. Half a boat in it. Radford just got half a boat on Redlands. Some considerable distance between the trailing pack. Hunter Valley Grammar and the rest of the field come through. Not much in it at the moment, but Redlands and Radford in lane 3 and lane 4. Also looks like the boys from St. Augustine's in lane 2 are also actually well ahead, if I can see properly from here. So St. Augustine's coached by the formidable Ungamark coaching team of son and daughter. Look to be very comfortably out in front. Quite a leisurely stroke right here, everything under control. Not expending any more energy than necessary. Certainly got this in the bag. Parker and Wise, Rory and Hamish, with a almost sedentary stroke rate over the finish line, but a great example of controlled sculling there. Will be formidable competitors in the final. Radford's Uren and Horweg have taken a length and a half out of their colleagues from Redlands, who finished 3rd. And who is going to claim the vital 4th spot? It looks like the Hunter Valley crew of Lonergan and Hunt will take 4th position. In 5th, and having a nervous wait to see what their time was Arana's Herbst and Morris Barrow. Canberra Grammar finished 6th. Northern Beaches Secondary 7th. It does look like we had a scratch there from Darramalan in the middle of the pack. So unofficially, St. Augustine's go through with a time of 7 minutes 32.42. Radford College, Redlands, Hunter Valley all go through to the final. Orana are going to have to wait to the next heat to see how they progress. So Herbst and Morris Barrow will have to see if that 20-second gap is quicker than the boats on the course at the moment, which is race 11, which is the second heat of the Year 10 double scull. On the far side, Barker College's O'Gorman and Wyatt. In lane 2, Armadale's Crawford and Nielsen. In lane 3, Ryan and Knight from Radford College. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar is Griffith and McGregor. Hunter Valley Grammar's Forster and Walsh in lane 5. Cranbrook in lane 6 has Toby Pearce and Henry Dawson. In lane 7 from Durham Allen is Arneman and Edwards. And in lane 8, nearest grandstand from Northern Beaches Secondary is Bartram and Stanley. And as they're coming up to the, looks like the 500-meter mark. It is boat 5 and 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar and Canberra Grammar. Go through the line. Half a length up, Hunter Valley Grammar. Then boat 3, Radford College. So more or less in the middle of the pack. .250 to go, and it's the two boats in the middle of the pack in lane 5 and lane 4. Hunter Valley Grammar might have just had a bit of a nose out in front at the 500-meter mark, but let's see where they are getting to here as they approach. 250 to go. Certainly both these boats have increased their stroke rate, even though they both looked quite assured of getting through to the final. It will be a psychological marker as they go into the final for whichever boat can finish first, I'm sure. Hunter Valley might have just taken the foot off the gas slightly, consolidating that second place. Don't want to expend their energy too much. So it looks like the gentlemen from Canberra Grammar, Alex Griffith and Benjamin McGregor, are also aware that they've got that first place. They don't want to drop the hammer any more than need be. Quite a gentle stroke rate. Canberra Grammar, Hunter Valley, first and second. Radford College also finished third and are through to the final. And in the red, white and blue of Cranbrook School, Pearce and Dawson finished fourth. Durham Allen still racing for time here as fifth fastest finishers. Let's see how they get on. Northern Beaches Secondary School, Bartram and Stanley finished sixth. And we have Barker College and the Armadale School fighting it out to the very last stroke. O'Gorman and Wyatt cross the finish line. 2 boat lengths ahead of Crawford and Nielsen, who finish in 8th. So unofficial results there. In first place, Griffith and McGregor from Canberra Grammar finishing a time of 7:29. Hunter Valley, Radford and Cranbrook all go through to the final. Darramallon finished in a time some, let's say, 30 seconds behind them, so we'll have to wait for the timing to go through, see if they're going through to the final. Northern Beaches finished 6th, Barker 7th and Armadale 8th. Back to the far end of the racecourse. Race 12, single scull for schoolboys, so this is a heat 1. So on the far side we have Simkovic from Newington High Performing Arts School. In lane 2 from Sydney Secondary College, Dylan Lee. In lane 3 from Radford College, Rowan White. In lane 4 from St Aloysius and Cronulla, Robert Oliver. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, we have Tommy Poulton. Barker College's Hugh Lucas is in lane 6. And in a non-ironic way, we have from Radford College, Joshua Orr. In lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Julian Lemaitre. And in lane 9 from Arana, we have Jack Grouse. 2,000 metres, first 3 go through to the final. The rest are eliminated, so top 3 boats go through. So 3 heats in this. Well, all to race 4 here. I think we have a scratch actually, or a couple of scratches in here from Newington High Performing School of Arts. Peter Simkovic in lane 1, and also from Arana in lane 9, Jack Grace. He looks like he's scratched as well, according to my information. So only 7 boats in this. As you come through halfway, it's like the sculler from Radford College, then St Sydney Secondary, and then Kinross Wallaroi. So on the far side of the lake, Radford, Sydney Secondary College, Kinross Wallaroi, maybe at this moment in the lead, but not much in it at all. If you look down the lake from the grandstand, doesn't seem to be any discernible leader at this moment. Halfway through, the scullers will be thinking about their race plan. Do they need to change it? Are they in the position they expected to be? All goes through your mind at this stage. Do you consolidate your position in the heats, or do you need to do some extra work? Do you bring forward your push, or maybe delay it if you're in an advantageous position? Undoubtedly, they'll all be thinking 2,000 meters is a long way. And that voice in the back of their head will be saying, why am I doing this? It hurts, and please stop. It certainly was for me at 1,500 meters in a single race usually. So final stages of heat 1 of the Schoolboy single scull. It looks like St. Aloysius from Cronulla, Robert Oliver. Lane, be lane 4, or it could be Radford College's Rowan White. Got their nose down in front as the angle unwinds here. So as we approach the finish, in lane 3, from Radford College, Rowan White. Good time there, 7:52.5. Second, Dylan Lee from Sydney Secondary School. In third from St. Aloysius in Cronulla, and finishing over the line there, Tommy Poulton finishes 4th there, just missing out on those qualifying spots. Julian Lemaitre from Northern Beaches finishes 5th. In lane 7 from Radford, Joshua Orr 6th. And Barker College's Hugh Lucas finishes in 7th. So there we have the results of race 12 from Radford College in a time of 7:52.54. Rowan White from Radford College. Dylan Lee from Sydney Secondary College is 2nd, and St. Aloysius Robert Oliver from is finishing 3rd. Those guys all go through to progress to the final. Kinross Wallaroy's Tommy Poulton just misses out. Northern Beaches Secondary, Julian Lemaitre. Joshua Orr from Radford College finishes 6th, and from Barker College, Hugh Lucas finishes 7th. Just a public service announcement for everybody on a bicycle. You are required to wear a bicycle helmet for your own safety and the safety of others. Please ensure, if you're on a bicycle, wear your helmet. Thank you. On the course now is race 13. It's the second heat of 3 heats for the Schoolboy single scull. On the far side we have from Barker College, Zachary Neal. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington. In lane 3 from Sydney Grammar, Carter Clifton. In lane 4 from Radford College is Marcus Ward. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroy, Campbell Miller. In lane 6 from Rosebank College, Jasper Richards. In lane 7 from Radford is Gite Piak. In lane 8 from St. Patrick's Sutherland is Jane Ruditz. And in lane 9, nearest to grandstand, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. And as they come up to the 1500 metre mark, we have in lane 2 from Northern Beaches, Harry Coddington. I think, despite the fact he's not in a Northern Beaches Zooty, we'll see if provisionally he's in first position, I think. In second, Kinross Wallaroy's Campbell Miller goes through. Barker College's Zachary Neal in third, followed by Sydney Grammar's Carter Clifton. So all to race for these First, second and third positions only that go through to the final. So on this near side, in lane 9, Luke Purdy. And on the far side, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington. And then, for that all-important third position, can't tell at this stage. Could be Zachary Neal. Could be Carter Clifton. It could be Jasper Richards or Campbell Miller. Actually, it looks like Campbell Miller, to be honest, in the blue. But as we're coming up to the final 50 metres, Hunter Valley versus Northern Beaches. Looks like Harry Coddington and Luke Purdy. Harry Coddington takes it by a third of a boat length there. Great race to the final for two scholars there. Luke Purdy finishes second. And it's Campbell Miller from Kinross Walleroy who's put the hammer down in the final 500 metres to take the all-important last qualifying spot there. Very close. That's going to be a photo maybe. Carter Clifton and Zachary Neal. It looks like Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar takes fourth. Zachary Neal will take fifth position there, just half a second behind. In sixth position, Marcus Ward from Radford College. In seventh, we have James Rudzes from St. Patrick's. And in eighth, Rosebank's Jasper Richards. So unofficially, in first position, Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington in a time of 7:33.16, which for those of you who are counting it is almost 20 seconds in front of the winner of the previous heat. In second position, we had Luke Purdy's Hunter Valley from Hunter Valley Grammar, and from Kinross Walleroy, Campbell Miller. Those gents all go through to the final. In fourth position, Carter Clifton from Sydney Grammar. In fifth, Zachary Neal from Barker. Sixth, Marcus Ward from Radford. James Rudzes from St. Patrick's. Jasper Richards from Rosebank is in eighth. And in ninth position, from Radford, Gite Piak. Finishes, brings up the last of the field there. And on the course, approaching the 1500 metre mark, is the third heat of the Schoolboy single scull. That's race 14. A couple of scratches in here from Radford College and Sydney Secondary College. So on the far side we have Arana's Oliver Manning. From Canberra Grammar in lane 2, Lachlan Brooks. Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy is in lane 3. From Redham House is Josh Dallymore. In lane 7, Darramarlin's George Bowditch. From Redlands, Zachary Bornus in lane 8. And nearest the grandstand, Matthew Giller from St. Aloysius in Cronulla. From this angle at the moment, looks like George Bowditch from Daramalan in the ACT. Seems to be, given his stroke rate, quite comfortable. Quite comfortably stroking there, George, by the looks of things. Keeping an eye on Harry Dimmick from Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, who also seems to be enjoying a considerable margin. So these two scullers may be content or confident in taking first and second. That's all they need to do to go through to the final, having done the work in the first half of this race. George Bowditch, the red blades, and Harry Dimmock in the blue, distinctive blue boats from Kinross Walleroy. So Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy just lengthens that stroke to take the win, at least psychologically, from George Bowditch from Daramalan. Finishes second. In the third place, on the far side from Arana, Oliver Manning. Redlands, Zachary Bornus just misses out there in fourth, as did Redham's House, Josh Dallimore. Matthew Gillett finishing sixth, and it seems to be that we had another scratch as well. It looks like Lachlan Brooks. Oh, he's still out there. Might have had an issue with his equipment, but Lachlan is still out there. Give him a round of applause. Lachlan Brooks in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar. May have had an issue with his boat, fallen off his seat. Might just not fancy it for today. Who knows? Lachlan Brooks from Canberra Grammar. Give him a round of applause as he approaches the finish line. Final competitor in race number 14. Well done, Lachlan. So unofficially, Harry Dimmock in a time of 8:03 from Kinross Walleroy will go through, along with George Bowditch from Daramalan and Arana's Oliver Manning. We'll move to race 16 now. Again, change of boats. This is the Schoolboy double scull. First 4 go through to the final, plus the 5th fastest next crew. On the far side, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 2 from Radford College, we have Gaydon and McKee. In lane 3 from Redlands, we have Jackson and Meek. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Larson and Stone. Barker College's Lith and Short. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Day and Tancred. In lane 7 from Radford College, Grieg and Whittier. And in lane 8 from the Armadale School is Burgess and Curtin. Off they go, 2,000 metres again. All boats are away, by the looks of things. The double sculls. Some interesting courses being taken by some of these boats. Kinross Walleroy are maybe taking the scenic route, just checking the lane markers out. Seem to have righted themselves. A couple of the scullers struggling here. I think that looks like Day and Tancred from Kinross Walleroy had a bit of an issue, but they seem to have righted themselves on a sculling quite nicely now. And as they go through the first 500, Radford College, Redlands, Cranbrook, boats in the middle. Certainly got their noses out in front. Barker and Hunter Valley Grammar, so Barker's lift and short, and Kumara Singye and Davies from Hunter Valley Grammar. Got some work to do at this early stage if they want to be in contention. Just falling off the back of the pack there. But still quite a distance to go. Just a reminder for those of you who are on bikes, please wear a helmet. You are required to wear a helmet. Coaches, competitors, parents, don't care if you can pop a wheelie, you need to wear a helmet. Thank you. And as we come through to the 1500 meter mark, Gaydon and McKee under a bit of pressure here from Grieg and Whither, and Day and Tancred from Kinross Walleroy. So three boats certainly got their nose down in front. Who's going to snatch that all-important fourth position? Could be the Cranbrook boys of Lawson and Stone. Still a lot to play for, though. for that all-important 4th qualifying position. But Radford College, Kinross, lanes 2, Gaydon and McKee. Lane 7 from Radford as well, Grieg and Whittier. And lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Day and Tancred. Look pretty confident that they've got certainly the first 3 positions nailed. Anybody want to take up the gauntlet and finish first? Looks like the boys from Radford on the far side. They decided to go for it, as have their colleagues in lane 7. Won't back down either. Boys from Kinross Walleroy who are lining 3rd at the moment. Happy for Radford to expend any extra energy they want. Very close. So Gaydon and McKee from Grieg and Whittier. Half a length in it. Kinross Walleroy finished 3rd. Day and Tancred. So well rowed Radford. In 4th position will be Larson and Stone from Cranbrook. Half a length in front of the boys from Redlands, Jackson and Meek. Hunter Valley Grammar, relatively slow start, but picked up the pace towards the finish. And they're just sculling well. And Barker College put the foot down and just very close there. I think Hunter will just take it from Barker, 6th and 7th respectively, and then finally the Armadale School in lane 8 will finish 8th. So first 4 through to the final will be Radford College's Gaydon McKay, followed by Radford College's Grieg and Whittier. Kinross Walleroy's Day and Tancred and Cranbrook's Larson and Stone will go through. Redlands, Jackson and Meek will have to wait to see if they were the 5th fastest qualifier. In 6th, Hunter Valley. In 7th, Barker, and in 8th, Burgess and Kirkton from Armadale School. Heat 2 is already underway. It's the 2nd heat of the double scull for the schoolboys. Same thing, 4 go through, plus the next fastest finisher. Just gone through the 1,000-metre mark. On the far side from Cranbrook, we have Valhos and Martin. In Redlands, from Redlands in lane 2, we have Whitney and Cook. From Radford in lane 3, we have Austin and Buchanan. In the middle of the pack, Hunter Valley Grammar's Stedman and Williamson. In lane 5, in the blue, Kinross Walleroy's Cleary and Smith. In lane 6, from Radford College, we have Malouf and Scott. In lane 7, from Kinross Walleroy, we have Condon and De Vries. And lane 8, from Northern Beaches Secondaries, we have Robertson and Elias. As they approach 1,500-metre mark.
I'm going to say it's Hunter Valley and Radford there. Couldn't quite catch them. Kinross Walleroy goes through, but it's also on the near side as well. Could be the Northern Beaches Secondary School. So, Bradford College, Northern Beaches Secondary, if I've got my lane markers correct. Are some considerable way out in front. First four through to the final. This race quite spread out, so as they approach the last 200 meters, looks like the boat from Radford of Maloof and Scott quite leisurely sculling to the finish. They've got this wrapped up. Let's have Robertson and Elias from Northern Beaches. So Radford College, Conor Maloof and Angus Scott dribble over the line. William Robertson, Toby Elias, second. Slightly slower finalists, 3 seconds behind. Kinross Walleroy, Cleary and Oliver Smith finish in third. And on the far side, Cranbrooks, Valos and Martin finish fourth. So there's the four boats that go through to the final. Just missing out, or maybe missing out, is Hunter Valley, Grammars, Stedman and Williamson. They'll have to wait to see if they are the fifth finalists or the fastest fifth boat. Kinross Walleroy's Condon and De Vries finish in sixth. Radford College's Austin and Buchanan in seventh, and Redlands, Whitney and Cook in eighth. So there's the results there. In time of 7 minutes 14. Some 3 seconds behind the previous heat is Radford College's Maloof and Scott. Northern Beaches, Robertson and Elias go through. Kinross Walleroy's Cleary and Smith go through, and Cranbrooks, Valhos and Martin go through. Hunter Valley, Stedman and Williamson will have to wait for the timing, see if they are the final, the final finalist. Sixth, Kinross Walleroy, seventh, Radford College, and eighth, Redlands. Change of boat again, still 2,000 metres, but this is year 10 Cox Quad Scull. It's heat one. First four go through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. Only 5 boats in this. On the far side in lane 3, we have the Armadale, Schools, Glover, Crawford, Saunders, Chick and Cox by Ellie Cullen. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, we have Pierce, Dawson, Mesita and Scarra Rowlands. Cox by Owen Moody. In lane 5 from Marist College, Auger, Carter, Williamson Bell, Woody and Logan Thomas as Cox. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Shaw, Robson, Buckland, Soster, Jock Peterson as Cox. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand from Radford College, we have Bezic, Ryan, Horweg and Knight, and Cox by Jackson through. Obviously some familiar names in these boats, so these gentlemen will all have competed earlier in either singles or doubles races. So quite a stacked schedule for these gents today. as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. Certainly looks like the distinctive blue of Kinross Walleroy have put their stamp in the first 1,000 metres of the race and have 4 or 5 boat lengths from their colleagues, certainly from Radford, who are in second position, and then it's line ball for between Cranbrook and Marist. So all to play for here. Technically, all these boats can go through, depending on how quick they finish, particularly that last position, that 5th position. So if it's quick, a much quicker heat than the next heat, then technically all 5 boats can go through. But certainly the first 4 positions will go through. But at this stage, Kinross out in front. But all to play for Radford, Marist, Cranbrook and the Armadale School. With 500 metres to go, Kinross Walleroy clearly out in head, several lengths in front of Radford on the near side. Then it looks like Marist and then Cranbrook fighting for that all-important 4th position. But not giving up is the Armadale School on the far side. For the observant spectators among you, you'll see the difference in the stroke rates now as Kinross Walleroy quite comfortable, keeping that stroke rate quite comfortably. Mid-20 stroke rate, keeping the length. Compare that to the boats at the back who are fighting for this all-important 4th position, particularly the boat from Cranbrook. We want to pull away from the Armadale School just over their right shoulders, who are still rating quite high in comparison. But Kinross Walleroy under no pressure. Crews to take this first qualifying position in the heat of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Very comfortable win there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Radford, Cranbrook just row through Marist at the end there. So Kinross, Radford, Cranbrook, Marist all go through. The gents from Armadale School will have to wait to see if they are the next fastest crew. So in a time of 7:06.7, Kinross Walleroy take that. Armadale School will have to look at, see if they are 21, or around about 21, 22 seconds behind Kinross Walleroy. So we'll have to look to see if they beat the 5th place finalists in the next heat, which is already underway. And race 19 is almost halfway through. On the far side from Canberra Grammar School, we have Zhang, Daffer, Griffith, McGregor, and Cox by Teniola Balogun. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Stanley, Humphreys, Bartram, Lemaitre, Cox by Hamish Reid. In lane 5 from the Hunter Valley Grammar, Melmoth, Skelly, Osmond, Foster, Walsh, and Cox by Emma Purdy. In lane 6 from Redlands, we have Hooper, Kerr, Morrison, Pearce, and Cox by Henry Preece. And in lane 7 from St Augustine's, we have Parker, Schofield, Juretta, Wise, and Coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. With 3/4 of the race completed, and as they approach the 1500 metre mark of this 2000 metre race, race 19, the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Heat 2. Same rules apply. First 4 boats will go through, plus the next fastest crew. As they come through the 1500 metre mark, the boat on the near side from St Augustine's has some, I'd say 2-3 lengths from Northern Beaches Secondary and Hunter Valley Grammar. Sorry, Canberra Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary in 3 and 4. Redlands currently in 4th. I think it's Northern Beaches Secondary in 5th at the moment. Again, all to play for. That's a great shot from the umpire's launch there, if anyone can see the screen. We can see there the St Augustine's boat out in front, followed by Redlands. St Augustine's comfortable, confident in finishing in the top 4 spots. No need to expend the energy more than necessary. It's probably Hunter Valley and Northern Beaches Secondary are of the same mindset as well. So St Augustine's in the green blades. St Augustine's finish quite comfortably in that first qualifying spot. Hunter Valley are going to come second, followed by Northern Beaches Secondary. And then that final qualifying spot is the boys from Redlands. Sorry, it was not Northern Beaches. Northern Beaches will finish in that 5th spot. It was Canberra Grammar who finished in the 3rd spot, should I say, sorry. So St Augustine's first, Hunter Valley second, Canberra Grammar was in 3rd, Redlands in 4th, and Northern Beaches in the 5th spot. Northern Beaches will have to wait to see if it's them or the Armadale School that go through to the final. I think provisionally I would suggest it was the Northern Beaches who go through to the final there. That heat was slightly quicker than the previous one. But that is an unofficial kind of announcement at this moment. We'll move on. Shorten the distance. This is race 20. It's the Schoolboy Year 8. Cox Quad Scull. Again, a heat. First 4 through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. It's 1,000 metres. Relatively less experienced competitors here, so we'll shorten the distance. 1,000 metres. On the far side, Andrews, Kraus, Petey, Inokai and Fraser Reid are from the Northern Beaches Secondary School. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Farquhar, Southwell Keeley, Lee and Manuel, and they're coxed by James Walsh. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, we have McCormick, Glaskin, Rorsheim, Maltby and Tristan Nope as cox. In lane 5 from St Ignatius, O'Halloran, Schmatutuk, Gordon Twaddle, Roach and coxed by Dax Cooley. In lane 6 from Barker College, Winters, Apps, McKeachney, Neil and coxed by Ollie Downing. And from Radford College we have Irwin, Wang, Judd, Compston and coxed by Martin Cook. Being lined up by the umpire on the 1,000 metre stage. All crews are forward and all crews have been given the green light and off they go. Looks like a great start from St Ignatius there. Barker College just dropping off slightly in these first few strokes. Public service announcement for all competitors and coxes and coaches. Please return your bow numbers to race control as soon as you are done with them. Thank you. So coming up to halfway, 1,000 metre race. This race 20, the year 8 Cox Quad Scull. All boats chopping furiously away. It looks like the boys in lane 5 from St Ignatius, they got off to a flyer start. They've come through the halfway mark, several lengths in front of the boat from Radford College, who are being chased admirably by Cranbrook Grammar in lane 4. Who themselves are not being given any quarter by Northern Beaches Secondary on the far side. First 4 boats to go through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. Absolute splendid day here at the International Regatta Centre. Not a breath of wind. We seem to be favoured by a large cloud sitting over the lake, which has given us some decent shade for once. So it couldn't be better rain conditions here today. Cranbrook boys in the red, white and blue. A bit of a struggle there. But not so much from St Ignatius. As soon as I say that, their timing goes to pot, but they are all good in that first position. At least putting their power through the water as much as possible. St Ignatius, O'Halloran, Shumatuka, Gordon Twaddle, Roach, coxed admirably by Dax Cooley in the first qualifying position. Radford College going to finish in second position. Cranbrook Grammar In third, and in that final qualifying position, Northern Beaches Secondary. Cranbrook finish in that all-important 5th position, and Barker bring up the rear in 6th. So with a time of 3 minutes, 34.93 seconds, St Ignatius win the first heat. 2nd, Radford College. 3rd, Canberra Grammar, and 4th, Northern Beaches Secondary, all progress through to the final. Cranbrook in 5th. We'll have to wait for the time of the 2nd heat. In 6th, Barker College. So race 21 is underway. It's the 2nd heat of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. First 4 through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. 5 boats in this heat as well. On the far side, we have Erger, Smith, Ogle, Smith, and Coxed by Stella Walsh there from Hunter Valley Grammar. From Shaw, we have Armati, Scammell, Wood, Corcoran, and Coxed by Sam Bull. In lane 5 from Marist College, we have Carter, Gill, McLaughlin, Spiller, and Coxed by Asher Kesa. In lane 7 from Redlands, Kerr, Ferros, McDonald, and McLaughlin. Coxed by Arav Basu. And in the near side from St Augustine's, Corrigan, Porteous, Moy, Liesel, and Coxed by Leo Zhao. 1,000 meters. In this moment, looks like the boys in the stripes from Redlands and the boys from Shaw are duking it out for line honours. Both boats still going for it. So Shaw in lane 4. And Redlands in lane 6. Shaw just pulling away in the final few strokes, maintaining their length and their stroke rate. Being urged on by their cocks. But Redlands will certainly give them something to think about in the final. Both boats progress through. Marist College, St Augustine's look to be quite comfortable in finishing these remaining qualifying spots. Maris in the navy and light blue hoops, crossing the line. St Augustine's in that 4th qualifying spot. Hunter Valley Grammar still got it to play for. Keep on going, boys. It's all about time. You can still progress through to the final. Give them a round of applause. Ralph Erger, Spencer Smith, Jesse Ogle, Samuel Smith, and Coxed by Stella Walsh finish 5th. Hunter Valley Grammar School there. Both finals, those very close. That was a slightly quicker by by a second effectively. Shaw there quicker by 1 second than St Ignatius in the first heat. So we'll go to race 22, 1,000 metres again. We're going to the singles again, the small boats. A full lineup for this race 22. 9 boats. On the far side, James Walker from Cranbrook. On lane 2 from Inner Sydney High School, Connor Walker. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, we have George Hunt. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Lucas Wilson. In lane 5 from Barker College, it's Hudson Donovan. In lane 6 from Redlands, Noah Jeston. In lane 7 from Radford College, we have Kieran Brennan. In lane 8 from Cranbrook Grammar, we have Jacob Thompson. And in lane 9 from Redlands, we have Sebastian Saltz. 1,000 metres for these gents, being lined up at the moment. Looks like there's a no-show at the moment, unless he appears very quickly from Noah Jeston from Redlands. So it looks like there's a scratch. Ooh, an absolute shocker from Kieran Brennan there on the start. Sorted himself, off he goes. Also, Hunter Valley Grammar's Lucas Wilson might decide he wants to get back into it. So a couple of false starts there. Oh, we have, unfortunately there, Hunter Valley Grammar Lucas Wilson has lost his blade in his gate by the looks of things, so we might just be slightly delayed while he sorts his blade out, while the umpires, you can see that there on the camera there, sort him out, get him going again. A lesson to be learned: check your equipment thoroughly before you start. I'm sure he did anyway, but these things have a tendency to catch you out. So as the umpire sorts out Lucas Wilson's blade there, we'll see how the rest of the guys are doing. Certainly locks on from this angle. The boats, not much in this at all. I think, again, first 4 go through to the final. Redlands' Sebastian Saltz in lane 9 is dangerously close to the lane markers on this side. His left-hand blade will certainly be very close to the buoy markers. As they go through the halfway mark, Barker College, Hudson Donovan, a length from Kieran Brennan in from Radford, who's got half a length from George Hunt from Kinross Walleroy. And Jacob Thompson from Cranbrook Grammar is also in the mix as well there. So Sebastian Saltz has sorted himself out. He's now in the middle of the lane. Very close here. So 5 boats all locked to be in contention for only 4 positions, albeit there will be a next fastest qualifier. So not much to throw across. George Hunt from Kinross, Hudson Donovan from Barker. Kieran Brennan from Radford. Jacob Thompson from Canberra. And Sebastian Saltz from Redlands. .200 to go. Just looks like Kieran Brennan may have got his nose in front here. George Hunt still going for it. George Hunt from Kinross Walleroy. And those final third and fourth positions look like Hudson Donovan's and Jacob Thompson's at the moment. So race 22, the heat of the Year 9 single scull. First 4 to progress. Kinross Walleroy's George Hunt takes first position from Kieran Brennan from Radford in second. Barker College Hudson Donovan takes third position. And the all-important fourth qualifying position will go to Jacob Thompson from Canberra Grammar. Cranbrook on the far side. Just take it from Connor Walker from Inner Sydney High School. Redlands Sebastian Saltz in seventh. And I think we had we'd certainly had an issue with Lucas Wilson from Hunter Galley after start. I think he's decided to retire. So just there, George Hunt from Kinross Walleroy, Kieran Brennan from Radford, Hudson Donovan from Barker, and Jacob Thompson from Canberra Grammar. They all progress through to the final. Cranbrook's James Walker will have to wait for the next heat to see if he goes through as the next fastest crew. Then finishing sixth was Inner Sydney High School's Connor Walker and Redlands Sebastian Saltz in seventh. Waiting to line up is the second heat of the Year 9 single scull. We may have a couple of scratches in here, so it appears that Canberra Grammar in lane 1, Redlands in lane 2, and Barker College in lane 3 have scratched. So in lane 3 we have James Baker from St Dominic's College. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy we have Hamish Searle. In lane 5 from Cranbrook we have Fergus Dawson Dharma. In lane 6 from Radford we have William Fraser. In lane 8 we have Matthew Walker from Redlands. And in lane 9 nearest the grandstand we have Marist College's Daniel Coffey. All scullers inching up to the start line. And off they go. 3/4, half, half, 3/4. Quick hands lengthen. As a row, you never really forget that. All boats away. Early showing, Kinross Walleroy's, Hamish Searle, James Baker. Looks like Hamish Searle has got off to a good start. Kinross Walleroy always in the distinctive blue boats. Also doing very well is Radford College's William Fraser in the middle of the pack there. So this is race 23. It's heat 2 of the Year 9 single scull. First 4 to progress, plus the next fastest crew. There we have Matthew Walker on the screen, sculling quite nicely from Redlands in lane 8. Got a bit of time to make up though, if he wants to challenge for those top 4 positions. Only 6 boats in these, several scratches, 3 scratches that I can count. As we see the halfway mark, and Hamish Searle comes through just a boat length ahead of Fergus Dawson-Dharma from Cranbrook. James Barker from Dominic's College. Matthew Walker there from Redlands. And so, with absolute perfect rain conditions here today, these gentlemen are approaching the last 200 metres of this race 23. It's the second heat of the Year 9 single sculls. And Kinross Walleroy's Hamish Searle, who's going to be pushed by William Fraser from Radford College, just on his left. But both scullers seem quite comfortable. Both scullers having raced before this morning as well in other boats, so they will be judicious in how much energy they expend to get through to the final of this. So Hamish Searle, efficient stroke rate, takes first place from Radford's William Fraser. In second. In third place on the far side with a great result from St Dominic's College is James Baker. It's going to be close here for this final all-important position. It's like Matthew Walker from Redlands is going to take fourth. Strong finish from Fergus Dawson-Dharma. Take fifth. Marist College's Daniel Kofi will take sixth. So Fergus Dawson-Dharma will have to wait for a time there, but officially Kinross Walleroy's Hamish Searle, Radford's William Fraser, St Dominic's James Baker, and Matthew Walker from Redlands will all go through. Cranbrook's Fergus Dawson-Dharma will wait for the second heat to see how his time, see if he progresses. And we skip on now to race 25. It's the Schoolboy Year 9 double scull this time. On the far side, we have from Hunter Valley's Grammar, Mahaba and Ward. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, Campbell and Alchin. In lane 3 from Redlands, O'Sullivan and Turton. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Kirkham and Kraus. In lane 5 from Marist College, we have Clark and Elwood. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Nash and Kirby. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Havas and Pouncey. And in lane 9 from Marist College, we have Levy and Ingram Glass. And as they come through, halfway, Cranbrook, Kinross Walleroy, Canberra Grammar are all up there. So same thing, first four boats go through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. .250 to go. On the far side, Hunter Valley Grammar, Mahabra and Ward. Chasing down Marist College, Clark and Elwood, and Nash and Kirby from Kinross Walleroy. So Cranbrook, sorry, it's Campbell and Alchin actually who are actually pushing the Marist crew. So Campbell and Alchin versus Kerr from Crouch, Northern Beaches Secondary, and Nash and Kirby from Walleroy. Who's going to take it? Clark and Elwood on the line from Marist College, take it by a boat length. From Cranbrook, Campbell and Alchin. Kinross Walleroy's Nash and Kirby take third. And Redlands, Sullivan and Turton take fourth. Marist College, Levy and Ingram Glass are going to have to look for their time in the next heat, see if they progress. Northern Beaches Secondary in 6th position. That's Kirkham and Krause in 6th from Northern Beaches. In 7th, it's going to be Canberra Grammar's Havas and Pouncey. And in 8th position from the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Max Mahaba and Max M. Ward. So provisionally, Marist College's Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood go through, along with Cranbrook's Campbell and Alchin, Kinross Walleroy's Nash and Kirby, and Redlands, O'Sullivan and Turton. And for the first time this morning, the sun has broken through. As we start race 26, it's the second heat of the Year 9 double scull. On the far side in lane 2 from Redlands, Conrad Blankenstein and Beau Potter. In lane 3 from Radford College, Rupert Keeling and Darcy Barlow. In lane 4 from Marist, we have James Pantano and Fraser Smith. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Bailey Crop and Angus Purdy. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Liam Lidgard and Rocco Griffiths. In lane 7 from Marist College, we have Bailey Marr and Hugo Cole. And in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Anders Linnard and Harrison Teasel. boats being lined up for this, the second heat of the Year 9 double scull, race 26. First 4 boats through to the final. Great shot there of Northern Beaches, secondary in Hunter Valley. Off the start. Hunter Valley looking very tidy there, from what I can see on the camera. As we pan round, Marist also. Radford there as well. Seem to have a bit of a jump on Maris there. Early days though, this 1,000 meters. There'll be a lot these competitors are learning in this race. How quickly the boat speed can change in these smaller boats, singles and particularly the double scull. Concept of timing is something absolutely crucial in these smaller boats. That can be somewhat creatively employed in a double scull. Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem for the boys from Radford in lane 2. Or indeed the boys from Radford in lane 3 as they cross the line. They're just about a boat length, maybe 3/4 of a boat length behind 4 boats which are trailing. I think the boys from Radford on the far side have dropped off a bit. It'll be quite an exciting race now. First 4 to go through. Radford College in lane 3, Rupert Keeling and Darcy Barlow with the early form. And then 4 boats on their left-hand side who are at the moment within not much of more than a second and a half between them. A bit of a wobble there from Radford. But a very exciting race. 5 boats for 4 positions. Certainly the closest race of the morning so far. Give them a shout as they all come through. A bit of encouragement from the grandstands wouldn't go amiss. Dropping off slightly is Northern Beaches secondary, but they're all going for it. Absolutely. Radford, Marist, Hunter Valley, Northern Beaches secondary, and Marist again in lane 7 are absolutely flying. So as we come up to it, it's going to be very, very close for all these positions, but do Radford have what it takes? Strong finish from Maris though, in next to them. Radford, Maris, Hunter Valley, and the second Maris boat takes it, I think. So yes, let's have a look. Radford College first. Maris College, 4 of Pantino and Smith finish second. Maris College, Marr and Cole finish 3rd. And Hunter Valley Grammars, Crop and Purdy finish 4th. Northern Beaches secondary, Lidgard and Griffith. Great race there to finish 5th. We'll have to wait for the timings, but given where they're at the moment, I think they'll be, given the race to the finish there, they'll be comfortable finalists. Redlands finished in 6th, and the Hunter Valley boat of Leonard and Teasel did not start the race. So unofficially, first place, Radford College in a time of 3:49.41. In second place was the Maris boat of Pantano and Smith. In third place was the Maris boat of Maha and Cole. In fourth place was Hunter Valley's Crop and Purdy. And fast finishing in fifth place, Northern Beaches Secondary, Lidgard and Griffith. Redlands finished Admiral sixth place, Blankenstein and Beau Potter. That was heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 9 double scull. Closest race of the day so far. Let's take a short break for half an hour. Get some morning tea, get some food into you. There's fantastic catering options near the grandstand, behind the grandstand. So if you are so inclined, avail yourself of coffees, teas, buns, anything else you desire, all available near the grandstand. So we'll see you back in about half an hour for the commencement of the first final of the day, I believe, which will be, the single scull semi-final, which will be scheduled at 10. It will be, the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull final, scheduled at 10:33.
And let's welcome everyone back to the racing. And just about to start is race 31. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull Final. On lane 1, Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 2 from Radford College is Connor Kruger. Lane 3 also from Radford is Benjamin Bezic. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Skelly Osmond. In lane 5 from Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt. In lane 6 from Redlands, Thomas Hooper. In lane 7 from Redlands is Connor Morrison. From Arana in lane 8 is Tom Wiseman. And in lane 9 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Ewan Humphreys. 2,000 metre race, the first final of the day. We will be awarding gold, silver and bronze medals, I think, today for most of the races. If you are fortunate to medal, please come immediately after your race and collect your medals in your boats from the pontoon. And please remember to bring back your bow numbers as soon as possible. And as we go through the 1,500 metre mark, the 500 metre mark, true to form, Ezekiel Pratt seems to be the race leader at the moment from Nepean High School. Had a great heat. So halfway through this first final of the day, the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull. And as form goes, it looks like Nepean High School's Ezekiel Pratt, true to form, crosses the halfway line first, closely followed by Redlands' Thomas Hooper. Hunter Valley's Harrison Skelly Osmond and Benjamin Bezic from Radford are in fourth.
And as they come up to the 3/4 mark, seems to be a bit of consolidation in the middle of the pack. So Nepean's High School's Ezekiel Pratt hasn't got it all his own way as he did have in the heats, but he's still quite comfortable out there up in the front. He's been chased down by Thomas Hooper from Redlands just on his left. And the boat from Hunter Valley and Radford College, Benjamin Beswick and Harrison Skelly Osmond, are also putting him under a bit of pressure. Thomas Hooper upped the rate slightly. As they go into the final 400 metres.
And in the closing 100 metres of this race, it remains Ezekiel Pratt and Thomas Hooper in lanes 5 and 6, who are at best place. But things going the way of Ezekiel Pratt in lane 6 from lane 5, I should say, from Nepean High School. And Thomas Hooper from Redlands is being put under quite a significant amount of pressure now from those on the other side of Pratt, Harrison Skelly Osmond and Benjamin Beswick from Radford College, and they really are pressing him for that silver medal. All but assured now for Ezekiel Pratt to take out the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. And we've got Harrison Skelly Osmond putting in a titanic effort just to break the momentum of Skelly Osmond. It's going to be a win for Ezekiel Pratt of Nepean High School. Second place goes the way of Thomas Hooper from Redlands. And third place to Skelly Osmond of Hunter Valley Grammar, and forcing Beswick from Radford College to settle for fourth place. And a fantastic battle between those two young scullers as they came towards the line. Looking in the battle for fifth place now, it's Connor Kruger from Radford College, Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar over there in lane 1. And I think he's just taking it down, realising he's done enough. So he claims fifth. Sixth place goes the way of Connor Morrison from Redlands. Seventh to Tom Wiseman of Orana. And finally, Kruger of Radford College in lane 2.
So a reminder to all competitors who finish, if you can please come to the podium to collect your medals, that would be very much appreciated. We have next second final of the morning. It's race 32. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull final. On the far side from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Sam Lonergan and William Hunt. From Radford College, Hugo Ryan and Charlie Knight in lane 2. In lane 3, also from Radford College, Lincoln Uren and Oliver Horweg. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Alex Griffith and Benjamin McGregor. In lane 6 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh. In lane 7 from Redlands, Archer Kerr and Oscar Pearce. In lane 8 from Cranbrook, we have Toby Pearce and Henry Dawson. And in lane 9 from Darramarlin, we have Rory Arneman and Archie Edwards.
So these double scull boats are approaching the 1,500 metre mark in this race. And from this vantage point, it's difficult to tell precisely who's in the lead, Nathan, but it looks as though they're forming a nice little chevron shape.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell at the moment, but if the lane draw goes through to form, which it looks like it is, it looks like those Canberra Grammar, St Augustine's, and maybe the Hunter Valley boat maybe got their noses out in front, but not much in it at all. The Cranbrook boat in lane 8 also seems to be in the mix as well at this moment.
Yeah, it certainly looks as though that Canberra Grammar crew is in the mix. And in fact, I would suggest that they are going to be the boat that's leading this race through the 1,500 metres. Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor of Canberra Grammar School, and there is nothing between second and third at the moment. Absolutely nothing between St Augustine's Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, and then Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh.
It's going to be a close one here. Give them a round of applause as they come through. The grandstand's starting to fill up a bit now. People are looking for the shade as the sun starts to warm up. So give them a cheer as they come through the final 200 metres in the grandstand.
And the race heating up now. Canberra Grammar certainly with a small advantage over Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6. St Augustine's coming through the middle with a vengeance in lane 5, but it is those three boats, ladies and gentlemen, that are poised to be your medalists. And at this stage, Canberra Grammar are making the best of things. Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, but they're being pushed all the way by this Hunter Valley Grammar combination, Foster and Walsh, who are making them work for it. I think Canberra Grammar is just fading a little bit as they come to the line. Hunter Valley Grammar's Foster and Walsh pushing them, but I think it'll be too late. Canberra Grammar claim the win. Second place to Hunter Valley Grammar's Foster and Walsh. Third place goes the way of Rory Parker and Hamish Wise from St Augustine's College. Fourth place will go to Lane 2's Radford College crew, comprised of Hugo Ryan and Charlie Knight.
Well done, boys!
Fifth place to Uren and Horweg from Radford College. Sixth place, Lane 7, Kerr and Pearce from Redlands. And seventh place to Cranbrook's Toby Pearce and Henry Dawson. And two crews yet to finish is Rory Arneman and Archie Edwards from Darramarlin in lane 9, who are looking poised to claim 8th place. And finally, it'll be Samuel Lonergan and William Hunt of the Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 1, who claim 9th place.
And we'll turn our attention for the first medal ceremony of the day. Medals being awarded by Melissa Ashton Garrard. She's the CEO of Ray New South Wales. In third position in the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull, we have Hunter Valley's Harrison Skelly Osmond. In the silver medal position from Redlands, Thomas Hooper. And the winner of the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull from Nepean High School, Ezekiel Pratt. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull.
And so turning our attention back to the competition lake now, race 33 is well underway and bearing down upon us. The crews are about to reach the 1500 metre mark. It's race 33, the School Second 4, and this is a 3-horse race comprised of 3 crews, all from the Canberra Grammar School in the ACT. So in lane 4, representing Canberra Grammar is Oliver Pracey, Archie Vagg, Maxwell Chesworth and Alistair Bridgewater. Their cox is Aidan Brooks. In lane 5, also from Canberra Grammar, is Marcus Tremopoulos, Bryce Ellis, Thomas Berry and Byron Ellis. They are coxed by Cooper Alcorn. And finally in lane 6, and this is the crew on your screen that you can see in the lead, is Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy, Joseph O'Brien and Teniola Balogun is their cox. And so a relatively spread out race, this one, by the looks of things. It's that boat who you can see just to the right of your screen if you're joining us online today, or if you are watching it on the big screen in the grandstands. They're not under much pressure. This is McLean, Robertson, Murphy and O'Brien. So incredible depth coming from the athletes and coaching staff down at Canberra Grammar, fielding 3 4s. And coming into the final 250 metres, it remains Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy and Joseph O'Brien, coxed by Teniola Balogun, who are in the lead and, yeah, unchallenged for the first position in this race. Looking poised to claim the championship this year in the School Second 4 race. It's a bit of a tighter affair between those 2 other crews in Canberra Grammar colours in lanes 4 and 5. But it does look as though lane 5's Marcus Tremopoulos, Bryce Ellis, Thomas Berry and Byron Ellis are going to be the ones who claim second place. And you can just see in lane 6, McLean, Robertson, Murphy and O'Brien lifting their rate ever so slightly as they come towards the line, and it's a well-deserved victory for them. So congratulations to Canberra Grammar. Second place goes the way of Marcus Tremopoulos, Bryce Ellis, Thomas Berry and Byron Ellis, coxed by Cooper Alcorn. And third place to Oliver Pracey, Archie Vagg, Maxwell Chesworth and Alistair Bridgewater and their cox, Aidan Brooks.
And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium once again, or the pontoon, should I say. This is the awards for race 32. It's a Schoolboy Year 10 double scull final. And in third place from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise. In silver medal position from the Hunter Valley Grammar was Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh.
And in first place in a time of 7 minutes 24.03 is Radford College's Lincoln Uren and Oliver Horwig. Please join me in congratulating the winner of Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull, Radford College.
Thank you, Nathan. So we have on the course now, it's race 34. It's the school first 4 race, and it's a 2-horse race between Canberra Grammar in lane 4 and St Augustine's in lane 5. In the Canberra colours, it's Nicholas van der Walt, Harry Budd, Cameron Schmidt, Dylan Outram, and their coxswain is Timothy Robson. And in lane 5, representing St Augustine's is Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, Jason Cow, and William Pender. Ryder Taylor is their cox, and that crew is coached by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. The race is just over halfway done, and it's another dominating performance by the young men from the ACT. Van der Walt, Bud, Schmidt and Outram have put about a length into that crew from St Augustine's, perhaps a little bit more. And a very mature middle 1,000 performance by that crew. And so they are in control and can just watch that St Augustine's crew for any late surges that they might attempt to implement in the final 750 metres or so of this race. And very much in control is that crew from Canberra Grammar. It'll be difficult now for St Augustine's to get back within striking distance of that Canberra crew, and yet you can just see the distance is opening up as that Canberra crew comes towards the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, that Canberra crew must have had a bit of a flyer at the start, because they don't look as tidy as the St Augustus crew, but they're obviously getting the power down well and sending the boat well, because they've got quite a dominant leader at the 3/4 mark.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's plenty of boats end. Yeah, I would suggest that St Augustine's crew is perhaps rating a point or two higher, but not getting as much boat run. And of course,
certainly not the length that the Canberra boys have got.
Those learned in rowing in the crowd today or online will know that it's not necessarily about how many strokes you can take in the 2,000 metre race, rather how effective those strokes are. And Canberra Grammar certainly making that fact known in this race. And Canberra Grammar in lane 4 receiving plenty of encouragement from their colleagues over here on the pontoon. And they are putting on a clinic in the final 100 metres of this school first 4 race, and now all but certain to take out the championship in 2024. Nicholas van der Walt, Harry Budd, Cameron Schmidt, Dylan Outram, and of course expertly managed by Timothy Robson, their coxswain. It's a win for Canberra Grammar School. St Augustine's College having to settle for second place. Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, Jason Cow and William Pender, of course, and they're coxed by Ryder Taylor.
And we'll turn our attention to the pontoon once again, as the lineup shows gold, silver and bronze for Canberra Grammar. In third place and bronze medal position, we have Oliver Precy, Archie Vogue, Maxwell Chesworth, Alistair Bridgewater, and Cox by Aidan Brooks. In silver medal position, we have Marcus Tremopoulos, Bryce Ellis, Thomas Berry, Byron Ellis, and Cox by Cooper Olcorn. And the winners of the Schoolboy second four from Canberra Grammar is Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy, Joseph O'Brien, and Cox by Teniola Balogun. Please join me in congratulating first, second and third place Canberra Grammar.
Thank you, Nathan, and race 35 is well underway. It is the final of the Schoolboy third quad scull. And so in lane 2, representing Kinross Walleroy, Henry Hunt, Dominic Segar, Jack Dunworth and Lachlan DeVries, coxed by Jock Peterson. In lane 3, representing Cranbrook, Oliver Klein, James Mills, Max Moyland and Jamie Carlisle, coxed by Owen Moody and coached by Adrian Henning. In lane 4, representing Radford College, Gitay Pike, Joshua Orr, Sam Austin and Marley Buchanan, coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane 5, representing Cranbrook, Alexander Copping, Sol Stathis, Luke Martin and Huon Groves, coxed by Flynn Henderson. In lane 6, also from Cranbrook, Harley Richardson, Lachlan Harwood, Dash Bouvier and Carson Prout, coxed by David Tabanich. And finally, also from Cranbrook, it's Felix Hems Angelucci, William Roberts, Finn Earl Smith and Henry Callahan, coxed by Jai Rastogi and coached by Adrian Henning. And the race is coming up to the 1500 metre point, and difficult to say precisely who's in the lead at the moment, but I would suggest it's one of those crews in the middle of the course. Perhaps
could be Radford.
Could be Radford,
yeah.
But also Kinross Walleroy over the far side looks as though they're doing quite well. They're on the screen at the moment, over there in lane 1.
Yeah, and then the third boat from Cranbrook on the near side.
Yeah,
maybe.
So I suppose unconventionally, it's the crews in the extremities that are causing some problems for, I suppose, the favoured, in inverted commas, boats in the middle of the course. So you can see quite a substantial lead, in fact, in being enjoyed by Kinross Walleroy in lane 1, and second position at this stage is lane 4, Radford. And in third place, I think that's lane 3, Cranbrook. So no doubt about our race leaders, it is Kinross Walleroy. Something of a split in the crews in this race. There's one race kind of happening over the far side of the course with those top 3 crews. Kinross in first place, Radford in second at this stage, and Cranbrook, we think, currently in third place, and then a little bit back to those 3 other Cranbrook crews on the near side of the course. But Kinross certainly making the best of things, and in those distinctive sky blue colours and that sky blue boat, they are looking very clinical indeed, and I would suggest that they are not going to be caught in the final 100 metres of this race, and they're just lifting their rate of striking as they come towards the finish line with a flourish. Poised now to claim the title in 2024 in the third quad scull. Kinross has produced some fantastic scullers over the years, so these boys holding true to form. It's a win for Kinross Walleroy. Henry Hunt, Dominic Seeger, Jack Dunworth, Lachlan DeVries, and their cocks, Jock Peterson, and they're happy with that one. Congratulations to Kinross. Second place going to Radford College, Gitte Pike, Joshua Orr, Sam Austin, Marley Buchanan, and their cock, Stuart Ward. And third place is going to go to Cranbrooks, Klein, Mills, Moylan, and Carlisle, and their cocks, Owen Moody. Fourth place to Cranbrook in lane 7. Fifth place to Cranbrook in lane 6. And finally, sixth place to Cranbrook in lane 5.
And now we'll move to the medal podium for the winners of the Schoolboy First Four. Just 2-horse race this, and the winners from Canberra Grammar, Nicholas van der Walt, Harry Budd, Cameron Schmidt, Dylan Outram, and ably coxed by Timothy Robson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the School First Four, Canberra Grammar.
Thank you, Nathan, and race 36 is underway. It's the School second quad scull. In lane 2, representing Kinross Walleroy, Nick Tancred, Tom Day, Archie Condon, and Campbell Miller, and their cocks is Henry Baker. In lane 3, representing Redlands, Nicholas Tebbett, Lachlan Collier, Ethan Beggs, and Oliver Cook. Their cocks is Anushka Lee, and they are coached by Imogen Gainsford. In lane 4, representing Darramarlin, Joachim Ashen, Patrick Edwards, George Bowditch, and Ben Rickard. They are coxed by Emily Olive. In lane 5, representing Marist College ACT, Mitchell Wadey, Hamish Ridd, Riley Elliott, and Riley Dale, coxed by Patrick Webber. In lane 6 from Cranbrook is William Vanderbilt, Alexander Murdoch, Inigo McVinish, and Theodore Walsh. They are coxed by Julian Kelly and coached by Adrian Henning. In lane 7, representing Radford College, Joshua Miller, Ewan Gregg, Rowan White, and Hamish Whittier. They are coxed by Moira Geraghty. And finally, representing the Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 8 is Oscar Powell, George Hughes, Akash Kumara Singh, and Xander Felfoldi, coxed by Emma Purdy.
An early showing looks like it's on the far side. The boys from Kinross Walleroy with their noses out in front. Maybe about length on the rest of the trailing pack, but a good start from Kinross Walleroy in this race 36, the second quad.
Looks as though that Darramarlin crew in lane 3 is also up in the mix. And then across to Marist College in lane 5 and Cranbrook in lane 6, I would suggest. And Hunter Valley Grammar, of course, on the right of your picture, performing well. But certainly looks as though we are going to enjoy some close racing in the final stages of this race. You can see, if you're joining us on the live stream, or if you're sitting in the stands, you can see on the big screen that the crews are approaching the 1,500 metre mark, the 3/4 mark in the race, with 500 metres to row. And yeah, it is that crew, no doubt about it. From Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, Nick Tancred, Tom Day, Archie Condon, and Campbell Miller, and coxed by Henry Baker, that are in the lead. But they are being challenged for that lead by Radford College's Joshua Miller, Ewan Gregg, Rowan White, and Hamish Whittier. And then it's all to play for those remaining crews who are fighting it out for to get their hands on that bronze medal. But your race leaders at this stage, it is Kinross Walleroy and Hunter Valley Grammar 1 and 2. But we are in for an exciting conclusion.
I don't know if Kinross Walleroy on the far side had a bit of an issue, but they seem to have dropped back and allowed Hunter Valley Grammar right into this.
And of course, the coxswain in Hunter Valley Grammar boat, Emma Purdy, will certainly be letting their crew know that they are eating away at the lead enjoyed early in this race by those boys from Orange in the Kinross colours.
Is that some inside information, is it? Yeah, they're certainly back into the mix now.
Yeah, and that Hunter Valley crew is coming back really strong on that Kinross boat. Let's just see how much ground they actually have made up as they come past the grandstand, but certainly a very, very tight conclusion that we're in for in this race. Kinross, Wallaroo on the far side are responding. Maybe it's a little bit late for that Hunter Valley Grammar boat, but certainly tussling for that bronze medal. Those two crews in the middle, it's Darramarlin and Marist College, the two crews from the ACT, and they are battling it out fiercely. Here we go. Final couple of strokes for both these crews. Hunter Valley Grammar, they're taking it to Kinross. I don't think they've got enough. I think it's a little bit late. Kinross are going to claim the win in the second quad scull. Second place goes to Hunter Valley Grammar. Third place, there's nothing in it between Marist College and Darramarlin. The two crews from the ACT, they're going stroke for stroke. I think Darramarlin, by the smallest of margins, claims third place ahead of Marist College. And a fantastic effort. They're out on their feet. Fifth place is going to go to Cranbrook in lane 6. Well, that was very exciting indeed, Nathan.
That was a great race there, a great race. Unlucky there for Marist College.
Yeah, we're just seeing some replay footage on the live stream and on the big screen. It was a very tight race indeed for that bronze medal. And just on the surge, you can see Darramarlin get their noses in front of their friends on the other side of Lake Burley Griffin.
Very, very close indeed.
And just to finalise this race, we have two crews from Redlands in lane 3 and Radford College in lane 7. So Redlands will claim 6th place, and Radford looking as though they will claim 7th place.
We'll turn our attention now to the medals pontoon. This is the medals awarding for the third quad. In third place from Cranbrook, Oliver Klein, James Mills, Max Moylan, Jamie Carlisle, and Owen Moody. In second and silver position from Radford College, Gite Pike, Joshua Orr, Sam Austin, Marley Buchanan, and Cox Stuart Ward. And in gold medal position from Kinross Wallaroo, Henry Hunt, Dominic Seeger, Jack Dunworth, Lachlan Drevies, and Cox Jock Peterson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the third quad scull, Kinross Wallaroo.
Thank you, Nathan, and rather excitingly, we have one of the main events of the day. It's the school first quad scull bearing down upon us, about to reach the grandstand. And it does appear as though in the lead is the crew from Marist College, Garvin Hayes, Charles Carter, Austin Berry, and Harrison Braithwaite. But certainly not far behind. In fact, these crew might even be in the lead. It is the crew from Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmock, George Wackham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and their cox Angus Peterson. There's certainly not much in it. Also in contention is, I think it's the crew from Radford College in lane 2. Connor Maloof, Angus Scott, Hamish Gaydon, and Hamish McKee, coxed by Izzy Farris. Coming down to the line, yeah, I think it is Kinross who have the advantage. Not far behind is Marist College in lane 9. And they're just lifting their rate of striking to compete with this crew from Kinross Walleroy, but I just think they've left it a little bit late. Kinross looking very neat and tidy, and they're putting on a clinic in quadruple sculling this morning. Kinross in lane 4, your champions in 2024 in the first quad scull. Second place is going to go to Marist College, ACT. A tidy scull from them too. And third place, it is Radford College. Fourth place is going to go to Northern Beaches Secondary over there in lane 1. That's William Robinson, Floris Elias, Harry Coddington and Tobias Ellis and their cox Hamish Reid. Fifth place goes to lane 5, Redlands. Sixth place to lane 7, Cranbrook. Seventh place to lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar. And still to row, it's the Armadale School in lane 8, looking poised to claim 7th place. And to finalise this race, it'll be Barker College's Tristan Lyth, Kieran Short, Zachary Neal and Hugh Lucas and their cox Meg Anderson in lane 3, who will claim 8th place. So we're waiting for a presentation. In the meantime, we'll turn our attention to the 1,000 metre mark. We'll go back to some shorter racing distances now, and you'll see on the live stream or on the big screen that the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull is getting prepared to get underway. And this should be a cracking display. So in lane 1, representing Redlands, it'll be Matthew Walker, coached by Max Durant. In lane 2, from Barker College, Hudson Donovan. In lane 3, from Radford College, William Fraser. In lane 4, from Kinross Walleroy, George Hunt, coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle, coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 6, from Radford College is Kieran Brennan. In lane 7, from St Dominic's College is James Baker, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 8 from Canberra Grammar is Jacob Thompson. And finally in lane 9, representing Cranbrook, is James Walker, coached by Will Begg. And we should have a start in just a moment once the marshals down at the 1,000 metre mark get a line. And they are looking almost ready to get underway. So race 38 gets underway, the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull.
We turn our attention again to the medal pontoon and the medals awarded for the Schoolboy second quad scull. In third place from Darragh Joachim Ashton, Patrick Edwards, George Bowditch, Ben Ricard, and Cox by Emily Olive. In silver medal position from Radford College, Joshua Miller, Ewan Grieg, Rowan White, Hamish Whittier, and Cox by Maura Geraghty. And in gold medal position and the winners of the second quad scull, Nick Tancred, Tom Day, Archie Condon, Campbell Miller, and Cox Henry Baker. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the second quad scull, Kinross Walleroy.
Thank you, Nathan. And race 38 is well underway and bearing down upon us. It's the final of the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull that we spoke about just earlier. And in the ascendancy at the moment, it looks like George Hunt from Kinross Walleroy in lane 4 is making the best of things. Perhaps in second place, I would suggest, is Hudson Donovan of Barker College in lane 2. And also in the mix is Hamish Searle from Kinross Walleroy as well. So 1 and 2 are looking a little bit more certain than the race for bronze medal, which is certainly still up in the air, and anything can happen in the final 100 metres of this race. But George Hunt just lifting his rate of striking. I think he's seeing a late charge coming from Hudson Donovan of Barker, but I think it's going to be too late. George Hunt looking very much in control of his boat with only 50 metres to row. Congratulations to Kinross and to George Hunt, who will win the Schoolboy Year 9 single scull. I think that's lane 5, my apologies. It is Hamish Searle who's just won the Year 9 single scull. Lane 3 is Radford College's William Fraser, who claims second. Third place to lane 6's Kieran Brennan. Fourth place was lane 7, St Dominic's College, James Baker. Fifth place to George Hunt of Kinross Walleroy. Sixth place to Hudson Donovan. So recapping the results of this Schoolboy Year 9 single scull, now we have had a chance to examine the results. It was a win for Hamish Searle of Kinross Walleroy. Second place was Radford College's William Fraser. And third place, Kieran Brennan of Radford College. And underway and coming towards the final 250 metres of this race is the Schoolboy Year 9 double scull final. So very quickly, in lane 1 from Redlands is Gus O'Sullivan and Sam Turton, coached by Ingrid Holtuer. In lane 2 from Marist College is Billy Marr and Hugo Cole. In lane 3 from Cranbrook is James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin. In lane 4 from Radford is Rupert Keeling and Darcy Barlow. In lane 5 from Marist College is Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood. In lane 6, also from Marist College, is James Pantano and Fraser Smith. In lane 7 from Kinross Wallaroy is Hugo Nash and Will Kirby. In lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Bailey Kropp and Angus Purdy. And finally from Marist College in lane 9 is Joshua Levy and Xavier Ingram Glass.
This is going to be a blanket finish as well. So give them a cheer from the grandstands. A lot to do for these boats in the last 200 metres.
I think it's that Marist College crew in lane 5 who are in the lead. Yes, that is the case. It's Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood from Marist College ACT in the lead. They're being pushed all the way, though, by Cranbrook in lane 3. That's James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin. And some really strong finishes coming from lane 8, lane 7. That's Marist College and Hunter Valley Grammar. But certainly for the win, it is Marist College, Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood. Second place to lane 3, Cranbrook. Third place to Hunter Valley Grammar, lane 8. Fourth place to Kinross Wallaroy. Fifth place to Marist College, lane 6. Sixth place to lane 4, Radford College. Seventh place to lane 1, Redlands. 8th place to lane 2, Marist College. And finally, 9th place to Marist College in lane 9.
And we'll turn our attention to the Schoolboy First Quad Scull Medal ceremony. And in third place from Radford College, Conor Maloof, Angus Scott, Hamish Gaydon, Hamish McKee, and Cox Izzy Farris. In silver medal position from Marist College, we have Gordon Hayes, Charlie Carter, Austin Benny, Harrison Braithwaite, and Theodore Campton. And in gold medal position, the winners of the first Schoolboy Quad Scull from Kinross Wallaroy, Harry Dimmock, George Wackham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Cox Angus Peterson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the first Schoolboy Quad Scull, Kinross Wallaroy.
And welcome back after lunch for the final session of the Schoolboys Head of the River for 2024. We'll be going through until about 2:30. I'm scheduled that the final race of the day will be the Schoolboy First 8, the one that we've all been waiting for. But right now we're joined by the competitors from race 40. This is the final of the Schoolboy Year 8 fifth quad coxed scull. On the far side in lane 1, we've got lined up from Cranbrook, Clegg, Mindrescu, Henderson, Bryant and Foy. In lane 2 from Cranbrook Grammar, Satatis, Brown, Jiang, Morin and Budd. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, we've got Murray, Lycan, Daly, Morris and Marcal. In lane 4 from St. Ignatius, we've got Harris, Goroishi, Marshall, Shaw and Slater. In lane 5 from Marist College, Barrett, Bokawiak, Charles, Webber and Zachary Thomas's Cox. In lane 6 from Cranbrook, we have Matani, Gina, Chang and Sornik, with Cox, Hugh, Foy. And in lane 7 from Shaw, Gilligan, Crooks, Hughes, Hadfield and Henry Mufaraj. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook Grammar, we've got Webb, Jacobson, Fahy, Mand and Rangia. All boats are off. This is the Schoolboy Year 8 fourth Cox Quad Scull. It's a 1,000-metre race. Obviously these gentlemen will have raced before in the morning. And you'd expect, given the lane draw, there will be some consistency of those boats in the middle of the pack, having enjoyed the quickest heat times, will be placed in the middle of the pack. But as we see in this first race, it doesn't always go to plan. There will have been some race plans to conserve energy. At this moment, it looks like the boat from Shaw in lane 7 certainly got a good start. As we see the two boats from Cranbrook. There we go. The camera shows us St. Ignatius boat in lane 4 and the Shaw boat in lane 7. Certainly seem to have a bit of a lead on the other boats at the moment as they come through the 500-metre mark. It is neck and neck between Shaw and Ignatius, St. Ignatius. Nothing to separate them at all. They are stroke for stroke equal at this moment. So an exciting race, the first race of the afternoon session in store. This is the final, the fourth Cox Quad Scull. At the moment, it looks like it's going to go to the line between Shaw and Ignatius. Great shot there from the coach's umpire launch. See how far these two boats are in front from the trailing pack. But yeah, not a quarter given by either of these boats. So in lane 4 from St. Ignatius, Harris, Goroishi, Marshall, Shaw and Cox, Jack Slater. And from Shaw, Jack Gillian, Henry Crooks, Jeremy Hughes, William Hadfield and Henry Mufaraj. Absolutely going down to the wire here. Neither school willing to give an inch. As I'm joined back by Michael.
Yeah, certainly, Nathan, this one going right down to the wire. Then both crews running out of water. Lane 7, Shaw, Gilligan, Crooks, Hughes and Hadfield. I think it is the crew in lane 4 from St. Ignatius, Harris, Gorashai, Marshall and Shaw that have got their bow balls in front though. 5 strokes to go. I think it's going to be St. Ignatius that win the school Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull. It's a win for Riverview, second place to the Shaw School.
Yeah, Shaw just falling apart there in the last few strokes. Too many heads turned in their boat, but for third place, who's it going to be? Looks like it's going to be a close run thing between Canberra Grammar and Cranbrook. Looks like Canberra Grammar have got this sewn up here in lane 8 with a bronze medal finish here. Noah Webb, Isaac Jacobson, Edward Fahy, Jacob Mand and Finn Rangia finish in bronze.
4th place going to lane 3 is Cranbrook, Murray, Lincoln, Daly and Morris. 5th place to Marist College, 6th place to lane 2 Canberra Grammar, 7th place to Cranbrook in lane 6, and finally in lane 1 Cranbrook 6, Alexander Clegg, Max Mindescu, Flynn Henderson and Bill Bryant, Cox by Harry Foy. Claim 8th place.
Just as a quick reminder, if you finish in 1st, 2nd or 3rd position in your final, please come and collect your medals from the medal pontoon.
And we're underway in race 41. You can see it on the live stream or on the big screen if you're joining us here at the Regatta Park. In lane 2, representing Cranbrook is Arlo Pollack, Barnaby Sinfield, Perry Martin, Thomas Stallone, and their cox is Isaac Cody, and they're coached by Sam Logan and Will Begg. In lane 3, representing Radford College, Henry Dong, Varun Ramkumar, Vihan Dang, Ethan Whitaker, and their cox is Liam Hallweg. In lane 4, representing Darramarlin, Cooper Lewis, Owen Jansen, Daniel Anderson, and Lachlan Hargrave, coxed by Zoe Wiseman. In lane 5, representing Shaw, Alexander Freismith, Archie Watson, Charlie Bassingthwaite, Ollie Hamilton, and their cox is Thomas Mann. In lane 6, representing Canberra Grammar, Matty Mylan, James Pass, Steve Shaw, and Atticus Hutchison, coxed by and Kipling Gilfingen, my apologies, and their cox is Tom Hickey. And finally, representing St. Ignatius in lane 8 is Iggy Jenkins, Charlie Shaheen, Patrick Kane, and Max Harper. Their cox is Frankie Hayson, and their coach is Thomas Jewell.
And coming through the halfway mark, it's Shaw and St. Ignatius. This time, Shaw has just got their nose in front, their bow ball barely, the bow marker barely holding on, flapping around in the wind there, but they've certainly got their bow number in front of St. Ignatius in lane 8. Canberra Grammar in lane 6, I think, are coming through in 3rd. It looks like these two schools got a point to prove. It's going to go down to the wire again, I think. St. Ignatius looking quite solid here. Wonder if they've made the move early on Shaw. Wonder if Shaw have managed to keep this lead. It was a slim lead of maybe half a boat length. This is the Year 8 3rd Cox Quad.
Yeah, this is looking as though it's going to be very tight again between those two schools, St. Ignatius and Shaw. At the top end of this race, St. Ignatius on the near side in lane 8 and Shaw in lane 5 in the middle of the course. And St. Ignatius just having a look around, perhaps disturbing the rhythm a little bit, and they're floating with the boys on the grandstand side of the course. They've got to make sure they keep their blade work clean as they come into the final 100 metres. Shaw are taking advantage of it, and I think Shaw have streaked ahead. They raised their rate of striking, and Shaw in the final 10 strokes or so, I think they've just put their bows in front, and they have. Shaw is looking poised now to claim the school Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull. Half a boat length ahead of St. Ignatius, and they are thrilled with that one, are the boys from the Shaw School. St. Ignatius having to settle for silver medal.
Looks like Maris will finish quite comfortably in 3rd position, with Canberra Grammar in 4th. It's a good result. They've reversed the result in the 4th quad,
Shaw take that. Ignatius second, Maris third, Canberra Grammar fourth. Cranbrook on the far side take fifth. Radford sixth. And Darramarlin some way behind, but give them a cheer. Will finish in seventh position.
And race 42 has popped up on the big screen and on the live stream. It's the School Year 8 second quad scull. In lane 1 representing Redlands, Zach Purdy, Jack Hagman, Harry Giddings and Michael Coonan, coxed by Leo Campbell and coached by Max Durant. In lane 2 representing Shaw, Nathan Clante, Toby Dalgish, Harry Ferguson and Oliver Wilson, coxed by William Johnston. In lane 3 representing Darramarlin, Sam Keeley, Alexander Donaldson, Hudson Warren and James Allison, coxed by Eleanor Johnston. In lane 4 representing Cranbrook, Lucas Aiello, Archibald Simons, Harry Mavris and Harry Moylan, coxed by Thomas Lukes and coached by Sam Logan. In lane 5 representing Radford College, Archie Davis, James Bromley, Hugh Wyborn and Joseph Erickson, coxed by Aidan Burgett. In lane 6 representing Marist College, Henry Smythe, Lucas Storgato, Jacob Smith and Jay Miller. Their cox is Aidan McGurk. In lane 7 representing Canberra Grammar, Oscar Harris Talbot, Oscar Timpson, Julian Sousa and Brendan Brooks, coxed by William Brown. In lane 8 representing St Augustine's College, Jack Guthrie, Jack Penberthy, Morty Yu and Caelan McLennan, coxed by Oliver Leach, coached by Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson and Nicholas Pender. And finally in lane 9 representing St Ignatius Riverview, Hugo Higgins, Charles Holt, Max Harper and Xavier Dynan, coxed by Liam Barnes and coached by Ned O'Rourke.
It certainly looks like St Ignatius in the lane nearest the grandstand have got some work to do from, I think it's on the far side. Is that lane 2 or lane 3? Could be the Shaw boat in lane 2.
I think it is Shaw in lane 2, so we're seeing these schools go head to head again. St Ignatius in lane 9, Shaw over the far side in lane 2. I think Shaw perhaps got half a boat length in front, but it's going to be really tight. We're going down to the line. St Ignatius lifting the rate. Here we go, final couple of strokes. I think Shaw are just going to snatch it right at the end. It's a win for Shaw, very close indeed. Ignatius having to settle yet again for the silver. And the Shaw School are thrilled with that one. Third place going the way of Marist College ACT in lane 6. And we're having a close race here for fourth place. I think that'll be taken by Canberra Grammar over here in lane 7. But for fifth, it's a 3-horse race between lane 5, Radford College, lane 4, Cranbrook, and lane 3, Darramarlin. Fifth place going to lane 5, Radford College. Sixth place, Cranbrook. Seventh place, Darramarlin.
Yeah, I think St Augustine's had a world of pain just there. They've got themselves together. Just finishing now in 8th place. And on the far side from Redlands,
so race 43 underway. It is the final of the School Year 8 first coxed quad scull. In lane 1 representing St Augustine's, Daniel Corrigan, Oscar Porteous, Jasper Moy and Archie Lyle, coxed by Leo Zhu and coached by Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson and Nick Pender. In lane 2 representing Canberra Grammar, Samuel McCormick, Archer Glaskin, Harry Rosheim and William Maltsby, coxed by Tristan Nope. In lane 3 representing Redlands, Fergus Kerr, Christopher Ferros, Cooper McDonald and Rory McLaughlin, coxed by Arav Bazu, coached by Cam Butler. In lane 4 representing St Ignatius is Charlie O'Halloran, Mykola Shkumatuma, Max Gordon Twaddle and Arthur Roche, coxed by Dax Cooley, coached by Ned O'Rourke. In lane 5 representing Shaw, Tom Armati, William Scammell, Lawson Wood and Lewis Corcoran, coxed by Sam Bull. In lane 6 representing Radford, Jay Irwin, Junyo Wang, Liam Judd and Victor Cumpston, coxed by Martin Kosh. In lane 7, representing Marist College, Lachlan Carter. Noah Gill, Jonah McLaughlin and Dashel Spiller, coxed by Asher Kaiser. In lane 8, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Anton Andrews, Jake Krause, Harrison Peaty, Gabriel Inokai and Fraser Reed is their coxswain. And finally in lane 9, representing Cranbrook is Sam Farquhar, Oliver Southwell Keeley, Jensen Lee and Frederick Emanuel, coxed by James Walsh, coached by Sam Logan.
As they come up to the final few strokes, it's the same story. St Ignatius versus Shaw in an absolute thriller for the finish.
And this one is looking really tight, Nathan. There's nothing between them, St Ignatius and Shaw. They're going stroke for stroke. They're both running out of water. Shaw, the narrowest of lead to the Shaw School at this stage. St Ignatius responding. It's just on the surge. 3 strokes to go. Shaw School just pull ahead. It's going to be a win for Shaw by a very narrow margin. St Ignatius again having to settle for the silver medal. The Shaw School are happy with that one. Bronze medal is so close between Marist College and Redlands. I don't know about that one. I think it might have been Marist College. We'll leave that one for the judges. 5th place is definitely going to Ranford in lane 6. 6th place to Canberra Grammar in lane 2. 7th place to Cranbrook in lane Northern Beaches Secondary, my apologies, in lane 8. 8th place to Cranbrook in lane 9. And to finalise a thrilling race, St Augustine's in 9th place in lane 1. So we will wait for a photo finish between Marist and Redlands for that a bronze medal position. But what a race.
That was incredible, absolutely incredible. We'll turn our attention very quickly now to the medal podium while we wait for this photo finish. This is the Schoolboy Year 8, 4th Cox Quad Scull in a time of 3:42.59 with the winners. But in 3rd place in bronze medal position were Canberra Grammar, Noah Webb, Isaac Jacobson, Edward Fahey, Jacob Mand, and Finn Rangia. In silver medal position, from Shaw, we have Jack Gilligan, Henry Crooks, Jeremy Hughes, William Hadfield, and Henry Mufrish. And the winners from St Ignatius, Hunter Harris, Luca Gorashi, Harrison Marshall, Hudson Shaw, and Cox Jack Slater. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull, St Ignatius.
Good job, Chaz.
Tom, what's your bike?
We have a slight break in racing at the moment, as the next race off is actually going to be a row over. It's the school year 10 first 8, and there will only be one boat in this. It's Kinross, Walleroy, Shaw, Redlands and Hunter Valley have all scratched. So it will be a row over, but it does mean that we get through the medals quite quickly. It's been some great year 8 quad racing. So we've just seen the 4 finals there. Interestingly, the times are all within 11 seconds of each other. So from the 4th quad right through to the 1st quad. The winners, St Ignatius of the 4th quad, finished in a time of 3:42.59. Only slightly behind the 3rd quad, who were actually Shaw, who finished in 3:42.12, so less than 0.4 of a second slower. Bit of a jump there into the 2nd quad, who finished 3:34. And then the 1st quad finished in a time which was won by Shaw of 3:31. So some amazingly close racing between all these quad divisions in this year 8 Cox quad scull divisions 1 through to 4. And given the closeness of the races we've just seen, it shows you that it's going to be a very competitive category going forward into year 9. And we'll turn our attention to the podium again. It's year 8, Division 3, the 3rd Cox quad scull. And in bronze medal position, Marist College, Theodore Campton, Oscar Battaglia, Armand Lisman, and Kipling Gilfillan. And Cox by Tom Hickey. In silver medal position from St Ignatius, Iggy Jenkins, Charlie Chaheen, Patrick Kane, Max Harper, Cox by Frankie Hayson. And the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull, from Shaw School we have Alex Frischmidt, Archie Watson, Charlie Bassingsthwaite, Ollie Hamilton, and Cox Thomas Mann. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull, Shaw School. And not wishing to deny them the moment in the limelight, but we'll chivvy these guys along for the medal ceremony for the next race, which was race 42. It was a schoolboy year 8 second Cox quad scull. And in bronze medal position from Marist College, Henry Smythe, Luca Stogato, Jacob Smith, Jay Miller, and Cox by Aidan McGurk. In silver medal position from St. Ignatius, Hugo Higgins, Charles Holt, Max Harper, Xavier Dinnan, and Cox by Liam Bonds. And the winners and gold medal position from Shaw School, Nathan Clante, Toby Dalgleish, Harry Ferguson, Oliver Wilson, and Cox by William Johnston. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull, Shaw School. And we have now the medals for race 43. It's the Schoolboy Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull finalists. And in bronze position, Marist College, Lachlan Carter, Noah Gill, Jonah McLaughlin, Dashel Spiller, and Cox by Asher Kaiser. In silver medal position from St. Ignatius, Charlie O'Halloran. Mykola Shumakta. Max Gordon Twaddle. Arthur Roche. And coxed by Dax Cooley. And the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull from Shaw School, Tom Amati, William Scammell, Lawson Wood, Lewis Cochrane, and coxed by Sam Bull. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull, Shaw School.
Thank you, Nathan. So in fact, we do have a race on the course at the moment. It is race 44, the School Year 10 First Aid. It is in fact a one-horse race only, and it is being contested, and it'll be won by Kinross Walleroy, who are rowing out of lane 4, and they've had a very leisurely row to claim the School Year 10 First Aid. And that crew is comprised of Jackson Davis, Charlie Swift, Harper Shaw, Rowan Baldwin, Thomas Robson, Ollie Schofield, Toby Buckland, Lockie Soster, and coxed by Jock Peterson and coached by Benjamin Watt and Will Stanley Davies. So congratulations to Kinross Walleroy. So race 45, ladies and gentlemen, is underway. It is one of the blue ribbon events in today's program. It is the Schoolboy Single Scull Final. So we're expecting some fantastic racing and a high quality of sculling in this race. So in lane 1, representing St. Aloysius Cronulla is Robert Olivier, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 2, representing Hunter Valley Grammar is Luke Purdy. In lane 3, representing Sydney Secondary College is Dylan Lee. In lane 4, representing Kinross Walleroy is Harry Dimmick. In lane 5, representing Northern Beaches Secondary College is Harry Coddington, coached by Kieran Kabelke and Tom Schramko. In lane 6, representing Radford College is Rowan White. In lane 7, representing Darramarlin is George Bowditch. In lane 8, representing Kinross Walleroy is Campbell Miller. And finally, from Orana is Oliver Manning out of lane 9. And these scullers are about halfway through this race, and we look as though we've got 2 scullers who are leading the pack, or 3 scullers ahead, and I can't quite make out which numbers there are. We've got some clearer vision now. It is lane 5, lane 6 and lane 2, which is Coddington of Northern Beaches Secondary, White of Radford College, and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar 1, 2 and 3. Just a spot on Luke Purdy. He was a representative of New South Wales in the 2023 Pathway 8 and placed 5th at the New South Wales State Championships just a few short weeks ago here at the Regatta Centre in the Schoolboy Single. Harry Dimmick, who's out of lane 4 of Kinross Walleroy, won a gold medal in the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull at the New South Wales Champs a few short weeks ago. And Harry Coddington was a reserve in the New South Wales Pathways in 2023. So, bit of a point to prove today on the race course.
Yeah, I think so.
And Rowan White out of lane 6, who's also in contention for some of those top spaces at this stage. He placed 6th at the 2024 New South Wales Championships in the Schoolboy Single Scull. So, all of that suffice to say, there's plenty of experience and rowing pedigree out here in this Schoolboy Single Scull Final.
It looks like, at this stage, I'm going to say, it looks like Harry Coddington and Luke Purdy.
Yes, I think
seem
that's
to
right.
have pushed out slightly away from, maybe it's Rowan White, but it's hard to tell at this angle as the angle starts to unwind on the camera.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say it is Luke Purdy who's probably in the lead. Or perhaps it is Harry Coddington, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is that.
In the red and white blades of Mossman. I certainly borrowed a pair of blades from Mossman. There you go. Yeah, he goes through just over a boat length in front of Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley.
And it's Rowan White of Radford College coming third. So
some distance in front of the other pack, yeah.
Yeah, so rather spread out race here. And then back in fourth place, I think it was
Harry Dimmock,
yeah. It's a very accomplished quadruple sculler, Harry Dimmock, and his name is one that I've certainly read out many times sitting up here in this tower.
Yeah.
And in fact, many of these young athletes have been up here a lot. George Bowditch of the Darramarlin College, a lightweight sculler, as is Dylan Lee of the Sydney Secondary College, rowing out of lane 3. He's back just with the rest of the pack. So the ball is very much in the court of Luke Purdy to see if he can put some pressure on Harry Coddington, our race leader at this stage. And it looks as though the race is tightening up for the gold medal.
Yeah, both the lead scholars have just upped their rate. Harry responding there from an early push from Luke. Seems to be holding him off from now, but...
Yeah, Luke Purdy really does have to put the pedal to the metal now if he's any hope of knocking Harry Coddington and snatching the silverware. But Coddington responds from Northern Beaches Secondary. I do think that is going to be an irresistible response from Harry Coddington of Northern Beaches Secondary. With only 50 metres to row, it looks as though the Northern Beaches Secondary will be taking home the Schoolboy single scull final. And it's all thanks to Harry Coddington, who has led the race, and it's a very tidy scull indeed. Congratulations to Harry Coddington, your Schoolboy single scull winner for 2024, and he's stoked about it. Luke Purdy crosses the line, he's out on his feet. A fantastic effort in the final 500 for him. Third place bronze medalist is going to be claimed by Rowan White from the Radford College. Fourth place to Dimmock of Kinross Walleroy. Fifth place will go to Bowditch of the Darramarlin College, ACT. Sixth place going to Dylan Lee of the Sydney Secondary College. A seventh place is going to be tight, but I think it's going to go the way of Campbell Miller of Kinross Walleroy. Very, very close between Kinross Walleroy in lane 8 and Olivier of St. Aloysius Cronulla. And just to finalise this race, it is Oliver Manning of Orana.
So we will turn our attention to a somewhat special medal ceremony. It goes to the Year 10 First 8 from Kinross Walleroy. They were the only 8 in the race, but nevertheless, it's great to see them participate in 8 race. We are encouraging more 8 boats, a few boats scratching this race. So despite not having any competition, I really want to congratulate the boys from Kinross Walleroy for not scratching and participating in this race. Obviously, the pathway through to senior boats is very much around 8. So please put your hands together for the boys from Kinross Walleroy. Jackson Davis. Charlie Swift. Harper Shaw. Rowan Baldwin. Thomas Robson, Ollie Schofield, Toby Buckland, Lockie Soster, and Cox by Jack Peterson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8, Kinross Walleroy.
Thank you, Nathan. And on the course now is another big event. It is the final of the Schoolboy double scull. and it is nearing completion. So just to quickly run through the roll, in lane 1 representing Cranbrook is Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone. In lane 2 representing Kinross is Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. In lane 3 representing Radford is Joshua Miller and Hamish Whittier. In lane 4 from Radford, Connor Maloof and Angus Scott. In lane 5 also from Radford, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish McKee. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robertson and Tobias Elias. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Tom Day and Nick Tancred. In lane 8 from Cranbrook is Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. And finally in lane 9 from Redlands is Thomas Jackson and Jack Meek.
And it's the looks like the boat from Radford.
I think it is one of the Radford boats in the lead. Lane 4 perhaps,
That's
Connor
correct,
Maloof and Angus Scott, who really have stamped some authority on this race.
A good lead on their colleagues in lane 5, Gaydon and McKee, who I think are just leading from the Northern Beaches Secondary School as well, William Robertson and Toby Elias. As they approach the last 100 metres. Connor Maloof, Angus Scott in lane 4 from Radford College. Have a couple of lengths lead. It's going to be close though for second, hard charging Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robson and Toby Elias. I don't think they can overtake the second Radford College crew at the moment, but lane 4, Maloof and Scott from Radford College take first.
In second place goes to Gaydon and McKee from Radford, and third place to Robertson and Elias from Northern Beaches Secondary. A late charge, as you say there, Nathan, from Northern Beaches, but not to be. Fourth place looking poised. It's going to go to Cleary and Smith from Kinross. Fifth place really close, but I think it went to Radford in lane 3, and a flurry of hooters, and we're going to have to check the results. Fifth place to Radford College 3. Sixth place to Kinross Walleroy in lane 7.
And we'll turn our attention to the medals for an amazing race number 45. It was the Schoolboy single scull final. Some great competition here, some fierce racing. And in bronze medal position from Radford College, Rowan White. In silver medal position from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. And in gold medal winner position, we have from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harry Coddington. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy single scull.
So on the course now, or rather preparing to get underway, is race 47, the School Year 9 5th Coxed Quad Scull. We've got a scratching in lane 3 from Cranbrook. The race is just getting underway, but in lane 4, representing Canberra Grammar School, is Lucas Windle, Lucas Purdy, James Moss and Blake Sixsmith, coxed by Thomas Marburg. In lane 5, representing Marist College, is Danva Risharaj, Ari Garami, Angus Howarth and Daniel Dosani, coxed by Logan Thomas. In lane 6, representing Cranbrook, is Charles Murdoch, Frederick Neal, Carlo White, Milo Gibney and James Walsh. So the race is underway, and we're getting some vision now on the live stream and of course on the big screen of the view from the BRO launch. You can just see Marist College in the middle there in lane 5. Looks like Canberra Grammar in lane 4's got out to a fast start. And they are the crew that's making the best of things at the moment, and they are disrupting the boat a little bit less than perhaps the other crews are. And that's a skill, of course, that these youngsters will continue to hone as they go through the years in their rowing programs. So it looks as though as race 47 nears completion that Canberra Grammar are still in the lead. But they are being challenged to a certain extent by the crew closest to the grandstand in the Cranbrook colours in lane 6, and Damaris College just a little bit back.
I do think Cranbrook have come back there to challenge Canberra Grammar there. Seem to be moving up in the last 500 metres quite well.
Yeah, well, that's right. They're kind of looking around to see how far they have to travel, but certainly it is the case that Cranbrook are going to have to pull something out of the hat very shortly if they have any chance of besting Canberra Grammar in the final 200 metres or so of this race. Canberra Grammar are responding, but it is a very, as you say, Nathan, they have made up a fair bit of ground. Probably 150 metres to row now. Canberra Grammar just responding, and I just wonder if it's too late now for Cranbrook, and they're probably just fading a little bit.
I think so. They might have just given it too much too early there.
And that's a very a clean-looking response out of the Canberra Grammar crew, who have raised their rate of striking and twisting the knife in the final 50 metres. Congratulations to Canberra Grammar, winners of the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. Second place goes to Cranbrook, and a fantastic effort from those boys. And third place to Damaris College, ACT.
And we'll turn our attention now to race 47 medals. It's the Schoolboy Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. Sorry, I tell a lie. It's a Schoolboy Double Scull final. In third place, Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robson and Tobias Elias. In silver medal position from Radford College, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish McKee. And in gold medal position, the Schoolboy Double Scull winners from Radford College, Connor Maloof and Angus Scott. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Double Scull, Radford College.
So preparing to get underway now is race 48. It's assembling down on the 1,000 metre starting blocks. It's the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. It's this race scheduled to start in about 1 minute's time. Just to run through the crews, in lane 1 from St Ignatius is Jack Whitson, Thomas Roche, Joshua Clancy and Jagger Short, coxed by Elliot Solomons and coached by Patrick Johnson. In lane 2, representing Redlands, Andy Budden, Zach Purdy, Harry Giddings and Michael Coonan. Their cox is Leo Campbell and they're coached by Cam Butler. In lane 3, from Cranbrook is Nicholas Long, Cato Johnson, Oscar Auden and Joe Weeks. Their cox is Harry Foy and their coach is Will Begg. In lane 4, representing the Shaw School, Alexander Edwards, Xavier Coker, Julian Noakes and Max Riddle. Their cox is Dominic Walker. In lane 5, representing Marist College, Sam Morgan, Thomas Newen, Ethan Gately and Hamish Todd. Their cox is Tom Hickey. In lane 6, representing Canberra Grammar, Thomas Marburg, William DeCosta, Nick Sussex and Xavier Lance. Their cox is Harry Richards. In lane 7, representing Newington College, Arnaud Lee, Hugo Sibilia, Aidan Evans and Jaden Sukia. Their cox is Aaron Koo. In lane 8, and finally, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Samuel Attenborough, Jack Burke, Bede Layton, Henry Loof, coxed by Sophie Caro and coached by Will Stanley Davis. So race 48 about halfway done. In fact, coming into the closing stages. A couple of race leaders poking their heads through the pack. I think it's Kinross Walleroy in lane 8, St Ignatius over the far side in lane 1, and Shaw School in lane 4.
And Newington might be in with a shout there in lane 7 as well, actually.
Yeah, they're just pressing, putting some pressure on Shaw in lane 4. But certainly, I would suggest it is either Kinross, Walleroy or St Ignatius, who are in the lead. Kinross just floating with the boys on their stroke side over here in lane 8, so they're just going to fix that up. But I do think St Ignatius have made the best of things. They're looking very strong and powerful over there on the far side, and looking poised now to claim the school Year 9 4th quad. This is Jack Whitson, Thomas Roche, Joshua Clancy and Jagger Short, of course, coxed by Elliot Solomons.
It's going to be close to third between Newington and Shaw.
Win for St Ignatius. Second place will go to Kinross, but third place is pretty close. It's going to be a win for Newington, though, who are going to get one up over the Shaw School, who have to settle for 4th. 5th place is going to go to Canberra Grammar in lane 6, and 6th place will be won by Cranbrook in lane 3. And 2 crews yet to finish. Redlands in lane 2, who will claim 7th, and perhaps with a breakage.
Yeah, Maris are a long way back. They're being escorted by the umpire or the safety boat out there.
So hopefully everything's okay there, but yes, some distance back.
We will turn our attention to the medal podium, medal pontoon once again. This will be the medals for race 47. Year 9 Coxed Quad 5th quad. As the gentlemen line up. In bronze medal position from Marist College, we have Danva Rishiraj, Ari Gramilia, Angus Howarth, Danielle Dasani, and Logan Thomas, the cox. In silver medal position from Cranbrook, Charles Murdoch, Frederick Neal, Carlo White, Milo Gibney, and Cox James Walsh. And the winners of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, the 5th boat, is Canberra Grammar. Lucas Windle, Lucas Purdy, James Moss, Blake Sixsmith, and Cox Thomas Marburg. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull, Canberra Grammar.
Thank you, Nathan. And returning now to the action on the competition lake, we have on the course, and they are underway, race 49, the final of the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing Cranbrook, Fergus Dawson Damer, Forbes Blackstone, Edmund Granger and James Walker. Their cox is Hugh Foy, and they're coached by Will Begg. In lane 2, representing Canberra Grammar, William Weir, Nicholas Warne, Angus Healy and William Shockley, coxed by Elliot Connolly. In lane 3, representing Newington College, Nicholas Softis, Rowan Costane, Oscar Sharp and Henry Pardilla, coxed by Dylan Henry. In lane 4, representing St Ignatius College, Thomas Ball, Harry Christie, Sebastian Connor and Harrison Poland. Their cox is Billy O'Hara and their coach is Patrick Johnston. In lane 5, representing Kinross Walleroy, Sandy Johnston, Thomas Hunt, Maxwell Horn and Austin Cutter. Their cox is Ned Martell and they're coached by Will Stanley Davis. In lane 6, representing the Shaw School is Peter Komonakis, Ryan Doherty, Henry Smythe and Scott Robson. Their cox, Alex Golban. In lane 7, representing Marist College ACT, Hugh Trelaw, Emmett McCosker, Xavier Sams and Nathaniel Theron, coxed by Zachary Thomas. In lane 8, representing Radford College, it's Charles Kendall, Ricky Tang, Andrew Wren and Marcus Grimmer. Their cox, Aidan Burgett. And finally, representing St Augustine's College, Kaylin McLennan, Lucas Zhang, Caillou Williams and Toby Tancred. Their cox is Henry Goldsworthy and they're coached by Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson and Nicholas Pender.
And coming through the 500 metres, St Ignatius just had half a boat length, but being pressured by Newington on the right and Kinross and Shaw on their left. And as they approach the final 200 metres, it might just be that the boat in lane 4, St Ignatius, has pulled away, got a bit of distance and clear water between the other 3 boats, but it's anybody's guess for silver position.
Yes, there's some wind certainly in the sails of that St Ignatius boat now. They're pulling away from that Newington boat in emphatic fashion in the final 100 metres. So congratulations to that Ignatius boat. It's going to be a clear and dominating victory by that Ignatius crew. Thomas Ball, Harry Christie, Sebastian Connor and Harrison Poland, coxed by Billy O'Hara. Take a bow, St Ignatius. Very well rowed indeed. Second place will go to Newington College. It'll be tight, but they just hold off a fast finishing Shaw School in lane 6, who claim third. Fourth place to Kinross Walleroy in lane 5. Fifth place goes to Canberra Grammar in 2. Sixth place to Radford in lane 8. Seventh place will go the way of Cranbrook, but it'll be close between them and Marist. Seventh place to Cranbrook. 8th place to Marist, and we have St Augustine's in lane 9, who claim 9th place. And race 50 is underway. It's the School Year 9 second coxed quad scull final, and this is a full complement of crews, which is always exciting. In lane 1, representing Cranbrook, Grayson Kaiser, Edward Walker, Ziggy Edwards and Samuel Perkins, coxed by Thomas Marcel. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Cameron Snow, Archer Doherty, Harry English and James Wilson, coxed by Gabriel Bowman. In lane 3 from Shaw is Amisha Minchin, Xavier Devenette, Harry Fuzes and Ollie Kosh, coxed by Seb Cheers. In lane 4, representing Newington, Nico Colantonio, Jeremy Cooper, Nick Byrne and Ionis Titmus, coxed by Lachlan Ha. In lane 5 from St Ignatius is Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Samuel Barry, Spencer Zuckerman and Harry Walker, coxed by Tommy Burton. In lane 6, representing Kinross Walleroy, Joe Dunworth, Caden McLaughlin, Maddox Broom and George Hunt, coxed by Flynn Jones. In lane 7, representing Radford, Kieran Brennan, Darren Wang, Rupert Keeling and Alexander Tailby, coxed by Martin Kosh. In lane 8, from Marist College, James Pantano, Joshua Levy, Bailey Lamar, Hugo Cole and Aidan McGurk as their cox. And finally from Armidale is Julian Jenkins, Jack Farrell, Wiley Tom, Saxon Muirhead and Arthur White, their cox. We've got a fast finish on our hands, Nathan.
It's Newington and Shaw going for the line together. Sorry, Newington and Shaw and Ignatius going, sorry. Shaw in lane 3, St Ignatius in lane 5. I think Shaw have rode St Ignatius down after the halfway mark. Strong finish there from Shaw to take the win by half a boat length. From Riverview there in second.
Third place is so close, really close. I cannot call that, but it was between Canberra Grammar and Newington and Kinross. I think I couldn't even tell you who won that one.
That's close there, and then also close there for 6th position.
Yeah, Marist College and Cranbrook just finishing there, followed by Radford and then the Armidale School. So we're going to have to get some confirmation, I would suggest, for some of those finishes. So wait for some official results. But certainly it was the Shaw School who claimed the win. And as we've mentioned, a really gutsy row at the end from there. Second to Ignatius, and just on the replay, which we're having a look at right now, there is absolutely nothing in it for that bronze medal at all. So I dare say we're going to have to wait for a confirmation. That was between, of course, the Newington boat and Canberra Grammar for that third medal position.
And we'll turn our attention very quickly to the medal pontoon. This is the Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. And in bronze medal position,
from Newington, Arno Lee. Hugo Sibelia, Aidan Evans, Jaden Sukia, and Cox by Aaron Koo. In silver medal position from Kinross Wallaroi, we have Sam Attenborough, Jack Burke, Bede Layton, Henry Loof, coxed by Sophie Caro. And the winners of the Year 9 fourth Cox Quad Scull from St Ignatius, Jack Whitson, Thomas Roche, Joshua Clancy, Jagger Short, and Cox by Elliot Solomons. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 fourth Cox Quad Scull, St Ignatius.
Thank you, Nathan. And hurtling towards the line is the final of the Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull, and it is an absolute perler of a race. It's between the Shaw School in lane 4, Newington in lane 3, Kinross in lane 5, and St Ignatius in lane 7. They're the leaders. I think Newington College are just pulling away. It's been a really even race so far. Newington with their bow balls in front, but second place, here comes Kinross, snatching it from the Shaw School by the looks of things. Newington claimed the win, and a really fast finish from Kinross. Wallaroi to claim second. Third place goes to the Shaw School. Fourth place to Canberra Grammar. Fifth place to Ignatius. Sixth place goes to Radford College. Seventh place goes to Cranbrook. Eighth place to the Armidale School. And finally, St Augustine's in lane 6 claimed 9th place. Well, that was another very close race, but a fantastic effort by those boys in Newington to pull away from Shaw, and then Kinross to overtake Shaw right at the death.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. They were absolutely steaming Kinross there. Last 150 metres, put the foot down there.
You really couldn't have told any difference between those three boats about 100 metres before the finish line. So a fantastic spectacle of rowing being demonstrated by those three medalists. So please do congratulate them when they come over to collect their medals. On the course is race 52. It's just gotten underway. It's the final of the Schoolboy Year 8 single scull. In lane 1, representing Redlands, is Andy Budden, coached by Max Durant. In lane 2, from St Augustine's, is Oliver Kennedy, coached by Joe Lynch, Josh Wilson, and Nick Pender. In lane 3, from Redlands, is Christopher Ferros, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 4, from Barker, is Kobe Neal. In lane 5, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty, coached by Kieran Kabelki and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 6, from Lycée Condorcet is Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Drew Kalanta. In lane 7 from Redlands is Fergus Kerr, coached by Cam Butler. In lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Spencer Smith. And finally from Radford College in lane 9, it's Jay Irwin. So early on in this race, it is blaringly clear that your race leader at this stage and coming through the 500 metres, it is Luca Wilson, He's in the colours of Leichhardt Rowing Club, but he attends school at Lycée Condorcet. We're just having a conversation up here as to pronunciation, so apologies if I've mispronounced that. But Luca Wilson certainly in the lead, and he is stamped his authority very early in the race ahead of his competitors. So we'll just see who can claim silver and bronze. But certainly it's all going the way of Luca Wilson at this stage of the race. It's a fairly even field after that. I couldn't quite tell you who's currently running second. Certainly Jay Irwin from Radford College on the near side of the course looking good, as is Kobe Neal from Barker College in lane 4.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's Jay Irwin from Radford in lane 9 who's maybe sitting in second position.
Yeah, a very, very mature race by Luca Wilson so far. In the colours of Leichhardt Rowing Club, he's coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta, Leichhardt Rowing Club coaches. Certainly all about the schools today, though.
So maybe it's a historic win for Lycée Condorcet, the French school out of Moreover. Not come across that school name before on the rowing list, but it's always got to be first for everything, so well done, Luca.
Yeah, it is a very complete performance by Luca Wilson. He's led from start to finish, and he is not going to be touched by his competitors. An emphatic win for Lycée Condorcet. Luca Wilson in lane 6, he's going to win the Schoolboy Year 8 Single Scull in 2024. Second place is going to go the way of Jay Irwin from Radford College. Just had a couple of dirty strokes there, but he's managed to hold on, and he's going to claim the silver medal. So well done to Radford College and Jay Irwin. He's out on his feet. Third place, it's going to be a bit closer for this one, but it'll go to Barker College's Kobe Neal. He claims third, snatching that off of Harrison Peaty from the Northern Beaches secondary, who has to settle for fourth. Fifth place to Redlands' Fergus Kerr. Sixth place is really tight between Northern Beaches secondary, Hunter Valley Grammar, I should say, and Redlands. I don't quite know who won that one. That's a photo between Spencer Smith and Christopher Ferros, and eighth place going to Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine's. Just one rower now to finish. It is Andy Budden from Redlands in lane 1.
And we will turn our attention to the medal podium. These are the medals for the Schoolboy Year 9 third Cox Quad. In bronze medal position from Shaw School, Peter Kominakis, Ryan Doherty, Henry Smythe, Scott Robson, and Cox by Alex Gulbin. In silver medal position from Newington, Nicholas Softis, Rowan Christathen, Oscar Sharp, Henry Padilla, and Cox by Dylan Henry. And the winners from St Ignatius School: Thomas Ball, Harry Christie, Sebastian Connor, Harrison Polin, and Cox by Billy O'Hara. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull third boat, St Ignatius.
Thank you, Nathan, and we're back on the course in race 53, which is the Schoolboy Year 8 double scull, and it is very nearly complete, and it is Redlands who are in the lead Cooper McDonald and Rory McLaughlin in lane 3, and they are looking very, very good indeed out the front. They're just raising their rate of striking as they come to the finish. But we do have a closer race in our hands for the silver medal. It's between Radford in lane 4 and Barker in lane 6. It's a win for Redlands, but I think Radford are going to claim the second position, silver medal. And they've just done enough to snatch that medal off of Barker College's Jacob Apps and Finn McKechnie, who claim bronze. 4th place will go to Northern Beaches Secondary, Anton Andrews and Kaito Sanukiya. They're rowing out of lane 7. 5th place, looking as though it would go the way of Hunter Valley Grammar, represented by Jesse Ogle and Samuel Smith. And just to finalise this race, Aidan Burgett and Liam Horwig of Radford will claim 6th.
We'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the medals for the Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. In bronze medal position from Canberra Grammar, Cameron Snow, Arch Doherty, Harry English, James Wilson, and Cox guy Gabrielle Bowman. In silver medal position from St. Ignatius, Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Samuel Barry, Spencer Zuckerman, Harry Walker, and Cox by Tommy Burton. And in the gold medal position, the winners of the Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull from Shaw School, Misha Minchin, Xavier Duvernay, Harry Fuse, Ollie Cock and Cox by Seb Cheers. Give them the cheer, a winner, the winners from Shore School of the Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. Shore School.
I'll wave the flag as he gets it in. I know it's pretty bad. It's the guy from my single race. Single race, dude. It's me.
Once again, we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. This is the Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull medals. In third place, from Shore School, Sam Bathingthwaite, Will Reed, Ed McDonald, Ollie Mott, and Cox Harry Leahy. In silver medal position from Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Chandler Sullivan, Hugh Nash, Hamish So, Will Kirby, and Cox by Jock Peterson. And the winners of Year 9 first Cox Squad Scull from Newington School, we have Hugh Jones, Ollie Stelmacher, Lucas Ross, Lucas van der Westhuizen, and Cox by Hugo Lonergan. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull, Newington.
Now we have the medals for the Schoolboy Year 8 single scull final. A great race this. In bronze medal position from Barker College, we have Kobe Neal. In silver medal position from Radford College, Jay Owen. And a dominant win from Lycée Condorcet, the winner of the Schoolboy Year 8 single scull, Luca Wilson. And we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is for the Schoolboy, Year 8 Schoolboy double scull. In bronze medal position from Barker College, we have Jacob App and Finn McKeachney. In silver medal position from Radford College, Aidan Burgett and Liam Hoeg. And from Redlands in gold medal position, Cooper MacDonald and Rory McLaughlin. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 8 double scull, Redlands School.
And race 54 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. After that short adjournment, it's the final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quadruple Scull over 2,000 metres. And I understand we'll be staying down with 2,000 metre racing until the conclusion of this afternoon's program in race 57, the school first 8. So just to run through the crews, which you'll have seen on the live stream or out here on the big screen. The crews have taken off and it is a stacked field. So in lane 1, representing Redlands, it's Thomas Hooper, Archer Kerr, Connor Morrison and Oscar Pearce. Their cox is Henry Priest and their coach is Alec Price. In lane 2 from Cranbrook is Toby Pearce, Henry Dawson, Angus Messiter and Thomas Shara Rowlands, coxed by Owen Moody. In lane 3, representing Hunter Valley Grammar School, is Hayden Melmoth, Harrison Skelly Osmond, Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh, coxed by Emma Purdy. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Harper Shaw, Thomas Robson, Toby Buckland, Lockie Soster and Jock Peterson, their cox. Kinross are coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Duretta and Hamish Wise. Their cox is Henry Goldsworthy, now coached by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 6, representing Radford College, is Benjamin Beswick, Hugo Ryan, Oliver Horweg and Charlie Knight. Radford are coxed by Jackson Thew. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, it's Ralph Zhang, Magnus Dafter, Alexander Griffiths and Benjamin McGregor, coxed by Teniola Belogan. In lane 8 from Marist College is Blake Auger, Roland Carter, Ethan Williamson Bell, Mitchell Wadey, and their cox is Logan Thomas. And finally, from the Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 9, it's Finn Stanley, Ewan Humphreys, Blake Bartram, Julian Lemaitre, and Hamish Reid is their cox, and they are coached by Kieran Kabelke and Joshua Hewitt. And so the race is nearing the 1,000 metres.
Yep, I think it's Canberra Grammar. I can't see whether it's Redlands or Cranbrook and Hunter Valley on the far side. Maybe it's Hunter Valley in lane 3.
Yeah, so that's Redlands in lane 1.
Yeah, and that's lane 4.
Kinross.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those 3 crews, Redlands, Kinross and Canberra Grammar, looking as though they're your race leaders at this stage. Of course, plenty of water left for the stakes to change for these finalists in the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad. And gee, there's nothing in it.
Nothing in that at all.
So this is going to be a fascinating race to watch as it unfolds in front of us when our scullers get down to the pointy end of the race. And yeah, as you can see on the live stream and on the big screen, some tough racing for the minor placings as well in this race. But certainly the top end of the town, it's between Kinross and Canberra Grammar.
Yeah. There's a scratch from the St Augustine's boat who should have been in lane 5, but no show there. But absolutely nothing in it at the halfway stage.
So it'll be very interesting to see which crew has the maturity just to hold their hand on the stove longer than the others over the 1,000 metres that form the middle of a 2K race, and that's often characterised as the hardest portion of the race. Of course, it's an entirely relative proposition, but all the same, it's certainly a step up from the 1,000 metre racing that many of these youngsters will be used to, or will have been used to, in year 8 and year 9. So coming into year 10, of course, the distance increases to 2,000 metres, the Olympic distance. And yeah, you can just see on the screen, we're going to get an updated results, I suppose, informally, as to how these crews are tracking. I think Kinross might just be making the better of things. Yeah, so they've just opened up probably half a boat length on Canberra Grammar, who have dropped back ever so slightly. Third place is still being held by Redlands, and then there's some distance back to the rest of the field. Nothing between lane 6 and 2, Radford and Cranbrook, for 5th place, or 4th and 5th place, and then back to Northern Beaches Secondary in 6th place at the moment. So, all eyes on Canberra Grammar to see whether or not they can recoup the deficit that Kinross have forced them to swallow in the 3rd 500.
It looks close from this angle, I must admit. Doesn't look to be an awful lot in it, but half a boat length isn't much anyway.
I think Kinross are just revving themselves up a bit. They've increased their rate of striking, hoping just to put this competition to bed in the final 250 metres. So here we go. Can Canberra Grammar respond sufficiently? They are running out of water to do so. Kinross looking very polished indeed.
Both boats actually look great. Very solid rowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nice form. Great timing, snapping those knees down together. They're both pushing hard for the finish. Kinross slightly longer on the stroke, maybe a bit more controlled on the recovery.
And Canberra Grammar just throwing everything at it now. We're coming into the last 100. Has Kinross shot their shot too early? I wonder. Canberra Grammar pushing so hard. I think they're gaining back on them, but I think it's going to be too late. Kinross claimed the win. 2nd place to Canberra Grammar, and a fast finish from Redlands as well, who I think have made up some water on those 2 crews. But high fives all round. Congratulations to Kinross Wallaroi. They're very happy with that one, and commiserations to Canberra Grammar. A very gutsy effort from those boys. 4th place going to Ranford College in lane 6. 5th place to Cranbrook. 6th place to Northern Beaches Secondary. 7th place to Marist College. And looks as though we haven't had a start from
Hunter Valley.
Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 3. So that'll finalise that race. So just recapping the results: a win and gold medal for Kinross Wallaroi. 2nd place, silver medals to Canberra Grammar. 3rd place to Redlands. So we're underway again in race 55, sorry. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 second coxed quad scull. So in lane 1, representing Darren Marlin, is Rory Arneman, James Barwell, Archie Edwards and Tom Williams. They're coxed by Emily Olive. In lane 2, from Marist College, Jackson Kosh, Cheyenne Edebum, Ben Ward and Shizad Edebum, coxed by Zachary Thomas. In lane 3 from Radford, Harrison Smith, Oscar Robertson, Connor Kruger and Lincoln Uren, coxed by William Huang. In lane 4 from Kinross, it's Charlie Swift, Jackson Davis, Rowan Baldwin and Ollie Schofield, coxed by Angus Peterson and coached by Ben Watt. In lane 5 from Redlands is Kieran Newman, John Natilli, Toby Anderson and Henry Dobson. Their cox is Lillian Chen. Their coach is Alex Coney. In lane 6 from Barker College is Liam Wyatt, Tenzin O'Gorman, Hudson Donovan and Henry Butler. Their cox is Ollie Downing. In lane 7, it's Orana, represented by Tom Wiseman, Ravi Varda, Odin Morris Barrow and Joss Ormez. They are coxed by Maya Skochilis. In lane 8, it's Hunter Valley Grammar, represented by Xander Felfoldi, Samuel Lonergan, William Hunt and Raphael Cossins. They are coxed by Anders Leonard. And finally, in lane 9, representing the Cranbrook School, Henry Mizon, Maxwell Scales, Roman Fisher and Alfie Frayne. And they are coxed by James Tregarthen.
And the field seemed to separate quite quickly at the start here. So the 2 boats in the lead are Kinross Wallaroi. Came through the 1,000-metre mark. Kinross Wallaroi and Redlands. Kinross had, I think, about half a boat length on, but they were well in front of Marist College and Orana in 3rd and 4th. And either these 2 boats have gone out very, very quick, or they're very strong. So spread out very quickly. 2 boats in 1st and 2nd, Kinross Wallaroi and Redlands. And then Marist College in lane 2 and Orana in lane 7 were at the halfway mark in a provisional 3rd and 4th position. We'll see how they've done. It looks like the boys from Redlands have managed to eke out a couple more boat lengths on their colleagues from Kinross Wallaroi. And as they approach the 3/4 mark, it's the blue and the yellow stripes of Redlands, which are coming through, having taken at least a boat length, if not a boat length and a half, from Kinross.
Yeah, that's right, Nathan. Redlands looking very clinical indeed, and certainly the fastest moving bait out there by the looks of things. You wouldn't write Kinross off just yet. The last 500 metres is a place where anything can happen, but they'll want to get a wriggle on Kinross if they're standing any chance to knock Redlands off of a pole position in this race. Third is very tight between lane 7 and lane 2. That's Orana and Marist College. And then the race is a bit more spread out as you go back to the remaining crews. But certainly at the top of this race, it's Redlands in control at this stage. But just on the live stream, as you can see, or on the big screen, it's not over till it's over. Kinross just responding a little bit here, and I wonder whether or not they are now the fastest moving boat on the water. They've certainly increased their rate of striking, and Redlands just down a little bit on them. So I think when they come closer to us at the grandstand, we'll get a better understanding of precisely where they are. But they are moving on Redlands.
Yeah, absolutely. They've come back.
Yes, no, they very much have, and eating up water as they go. I wonder whether Kinross is going to run out of time to do this. But they are certainly moving very quickly indeed. It's up to Redlands now to respond.
Redlands go now. They've realised at the same pace they'll be caught. So up they go, keeping that length in. Redlands, bar a disaster, will have just done enough.
Yes, I think that's right. I think Redlands have been scared into, shocked into lifting their rate as well. And yeah, they have ably resisted that late assault by Kinross Wallaroi. It's a win for Redlands, and they'll be happy with that. Second place and silver medal goes to Kinross. And yeah, fantastic effort from those youngsters as well. Third place, it's going to go to Orana in lane 7, and that's fantastic result.
Good third 500 metres there from Orana. Really took it out of Marist. They did a line ball at one stage.
Yeah, that's right, they were. So fourth place to Marist. Fifth place to lane 1, Darren Marlin. Sixth place to Radford. Seventh place to Hunter Valley Grammar. Eighth place to Cranbrook. And by elimination it is Barker College in ninth place.
And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Final. A great race here. As the gentlemen line up. So for race 54, the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Final, in bronze medal position, Redlands, Thomas Hooper, Archer Kerr, Connor Morrison, Oscar Pierce, and Cox by Henry Priest. In silver medal position from Canberra Grammar, Ralph Zhang, Magnus Dafter, Alex Griffith, Benjamin McGregor, and Cox by Teniola Balogun. And the winners of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Wallaroi, Harper Shaw, Thomas Robson, Toby Buckland, Lockie Shostler, and Cox by Jock Peterson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy.
Congratulations indeed, and race 56 is well underway. It's the final quad race of today's program at the 2024 New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River. It's race 56, the Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull, and the crews are coming up to the 1500 metres. So in lane 1, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, is Abbas Ghazaleh, Harrison Teasel, Oscar Powell and George Hughes, coxed by Stella Walsh. In lane 2 from Kinross, Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Lachlan Gordon and Finn Price, coxed by Ingrid Sabota. In lane 3 from Cranbrook is Will Gloucester, Hamish Allen, Nicholas Polozoidis and Maximilian Hewlett, coxed by Nicholas Wagner. In lane 4 from Redlands is Cooper Beaton, Alexander Fenton, Ryan Beggs and Oliver Smith, coxed by Toby Priestley. In lane 5, our second crew from Kinross Walleroy is Henry McArdle, Thomas Goodsir, Luca Popper and Robbie Newham. Their cox, Flynn Jones. In lane 6 from Cranbrook is Nelson Harvey, Christian Ogg, Jaden Perumal and Orlando Stallone. Their cox is Thomas Marcel. We've had a scratching from Darren Marlin in lane 7, and so our final crew is Redlands in lane 8. And they are represented by Matthew McClellan, James Foley, James Collier and Lachlan McKay, and their cox is Anushka Lee.
And coming through the 1500 metre mark, it was the boats from Kinross Walleroy in lane 2 and Kinross Walleroy in lane 5 who had actually were in the lead, but the boat from Redlands in this nearest lane in lane 8 has actually made a bit of a move and may be splitting the pair, but we'll see as they come to the finish. Certainly Kinross Walleroy in lane 2 are out some considerable distance, but it's going to be close for second and third between Kinross and Redlands.
Yeah, you can just see the head swivel in that Redlands boat, thinking how much ground have we got to make up and how much time have we got to do it, but not much doubt about the prospective winners of this race: Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Lachlan Gordon and Finn Price, and the coxswain Ingrid Sabota. They are looking all but certain now to claim victory in the Schoolboy Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull. Well done to Kinross. The race is tightening up for second, but Kinross again looking as though they're going to ward off that late push by the Redlands crew in lane 8. So it's a second place for Kinross, and Redlands having to settle for bronze medal over here in lane 8. Fourth place looking as though it's going to go the way of Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1, followed by Redlands in lane 4. And sixth place, it'll go to Cranbrook in lane 3. And they'll be followed across the line very shortly by their colleagues in lane 6.
And we'll go to the medal pontoon again.
for the Year 10 second coxed quad scull. That's race number 55. A great result to take the bronze medal all the way from Dubbo, Arana Schools. Tom Wiseman, Ravi Vadha, Odin Morris Barrow, Joss Ormus, and Cox Maya Skokleas. In silver medal position from Kinross Walleroy, Charlie Swift, Jackson Davis, Rowan Baldwin, Ollie Schofield, and Cox Angus Peterson. And the winners of Year 10 second Cox quad scull from Redlands, Kieran Newman, John Natili, Toby Anderson, Henry Dobson, and Cox by Lillian Chen. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 10 second Cox quad scull, Redlands.
Getting that one. Well done, lads. Good race. Good race.
And as we wait for the final race, the big one of the day, race 57, the Schoolboy first 8 as they're on the starting blocks. We'll very quickly turn our attention to the medal podium for race 56, the Schoolboy Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull. As the athletes congratulate themselves. So the silver medal position for the Schoolboy Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull. In bronze medal position from Redlands, Matthew McLennan, James Foley, James Collier, Lachlan McKay, and Cox by Anushka Lee. In silver medal position from Kinross Walleroy, Henry McCardle, Thomas Goodser, Luca Popper, Robbie Newman, and Cox Flynn Jones. And the winners of the Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull from Kinross Walleroy, Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Lachlan Gordon, Finn Price, and Cox by Ingrid Sobota. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy. We'll go now to the final of the school first 8. In lane 1 from St Augustine's, it's Rory Parker, Jay Taylor, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Gioretta, Max Tancred, William Pender, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Ryder Taylor is the Cox. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy, Joseph O'Brien, Nicholas van der Walt, Harry Budd, Cameron Smith, Dylan Outram, and Cox by Timothy Robson. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we've got Hayden Melmoth, Harrison Skelly Osmond, Thomas Foster, Edward Walsh, Lachlan Davis, Will Steadman, Hayden Williamson, Luke Purdy, and Cox by Zachary Jones. From Canberra Grammar, we have Marcus Tremopoulos, Bryce Ellis, Thomas Berry, Byron Ellis, Oliver Pracey, Archie Vag, Maxwell Chesworth, Alistair Bridgewater, and Aidan Brox's Cox. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmock, Nick Tancred, Tom Day, Campbell Miller, Archie Condon, George Wakeham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Cox by Angus Peterson. And finally in lane 8, from the Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Finn Stanley, Blake Bartram, Ewan Humphreys, Floris Elias, Julian Lemaitre, Toby Elias, William Robertson, Harry Coddington, and Cox by Hamish Reid.
Thank you, Nathan. So we are underway in the big one for the day. It's the school first 8. And it looks as though Kinross Walleroy got off to a fast start over here in lane 7 on the near side of the course. And also enjoying fast starts by the looks of things are St Augustine's on the far side and Canberra Grammar next to them in lane 2. To see some footage of Hunter Valley Grammar School there in the middle of the course from the coaching launch. But all eyes will be on this race. So get down to the grandstand if you're not nearby. This will be a fantastic race. That's Canberra Grammar in lane 4, who are looking pretty good at this stage. We're coming through 500 metres, and yeah, it is that crew from Canberra Grammar who very much are our race leaders at this stage. St Augustine's currently running second place. Third through the 500 was Kinross Wallaroi. Fourth, Canberra Grammar 2, and fifth, Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by Northern Beaches Secondary. So that's how they went through the 500. But Nathan, plenty of rowing left to do for these boys in the first 8 race.
Yeah, that's an absolute flying start from Canberra Grammar. I must admit, they've taken a length off St Augustine's there very quickly.
Right. And Kinross Wallaroi are always very fast starters too, so I thought we might see them up a little bit further towards the head of this race, but not to be for the moment. Of course, a very, very long race, time yet to go, and plenty of room for movement among the race leaders. But those are the top 3. I would suggest Kinross, Wallaroi, St Augustine's and Canberra Grammar. So keep an eye on those ones.
Yeah, they're looking smooth there. Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, and of course St Augustine's very much in the mix as well, I should say. Yeah.
Nice smooth rhythm to that boat. Not much bouncing at all. Keeping on top of the rate, keeping the legs down together. Look very controlled there at Canberra Grammar.
Absolutely. And thankfully we've got some fantastic calm conditions out here for the final race of the program. And look at Canberra Grammar coming through the 1,000 metres, and I think they have taken some more distance off St Augustine's, who are being challenged for the silver medal by Kinross Wallaroi. So those are 3 firm favourites, looking as though they might represent the medalists, because it is some distance now back to the second Canberra Grammar crew in lane 6, and then back to Hunter Valley Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary. But I guess the main question is, what colour will those medals be? Kinross Wallaroi coming back very strongly. Just a question of how long can St Augustine's fend off that irresistible advance by the boys in sky blue from Orange.
Yeah, the Canberra Grammar took probably another half a length out of St Augustine's there in the first 1,000 metres. So between 500 and 1,000, probably eked out half a boat's length, probably 2 seconds up. Or an additional 2 seconds up on St Augustine's. We'll see if St Augustine's have got anything left in the bag. All these rowers will have raced at least once, if not several times this morning already.
Oh, absolutely. Each athlete in this race will be absolutely spent. But Canberra Grammar making the best of things, and certainly in the ascendancy in this race. Looking as though they're enjoying the same margin, I suppose, ahead of St Augustine's. Maybe they've even increased it, actually, by a narrow margin. But there, through 1,500 now. Canberra Grammar in the lead. No doubt about it. And that's St Augustine's there. And I think Kinross have just dropped back a bit.
Yeah, they're still just attached. Their bow ball is just on the stern of the St Augustine. But we'll see how it goes. Always quick finishes, Kinross.
It's not too late, but certainly running out of water are the boys from Kinross Wallaroi. St Augustine's will be looking to hold on to that silver medal. And Canberra Grammar got off to a flying start and have maintained their dominance in this school first 8 race from start to finish, and they are the ones in control of this race. St Augustine's doing very well, and they're raising their rate of striking to fend off any late charges by Kinross Wallaroi. And here comes St Augustine's. They really are going for it now. They're being coxed by Ryder Taylor, an Australian representative who will no doubt be urging them on in these final 250 metres. So closing the gap perhaps to Canberra Grammar, and certainly putting the distance between them and Kinross Wallaroi, who are just floating back a bit now. So your race leaders emerging. Canberra Grammar, yeah, they've just responded, and there is no doubt they will claim the school first 8 race out of lane 4. It's a win for Canberra Grammar in 2024 in the first 8 race, and they'll be very, very happy with that one. And look at that They are ecstatic. Second place to St Augustine's, silver medalists. And third place, Kinross Walleroy having to settle for bronze medals in that one. And a very gracious round of applause by the Kinross oarsmen. In fourth place, it'll be the second Canberra Grammar crew in lane 6, followed by Hunter Valley Grammar in 5th. And finally, Northern Beaches Secondary will make up the field in 6th place out of lane 8. So congratulations to Canberra Grammar for your win in the school first 8. Do stick around for the medal presentation, which will happen just as soon as the crews arrive at the pontoon.
And we will go over to the final presentation of the day for race 57, the school first eight, presented by CEO of Rowing New South Wales, Melissa Ashton-Garrard. In bronze medal position from Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmock, Nick Tancred, Tom Day, Campbell Miller, Archie Condon, George Wackham, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and Cox by Angus Peterson. In silver medal position from St. Augustine's, Rory Parker, Jay Taylor, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Giretta, Max Tancred, William Pender, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, and Coxed by Ryder Taylor. And the winners of the 2024 school first eight from Canberra Grammar, Lucas McLean, James Robertson, Ethan Murphy, Joseph O'Brien, Nicholas van der Walt, Harry Budd, Cameron Smith, and Dylan Outram, and Cox by Tim Robson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the 2024 Schoolboy Head of the River, Canberra Grammar.